Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome. Would like to officially call this workshop for the City of Manvel to order at 5 p.m. And we have all of our council members accounted for. We have a few items listed here on the workshop, so I'll go ahead and read off the first one, and then Dan will turn this over to you. So the first item on the workshop is update on debt issuance for the wastewater regional facilities, streets, and sidewalk improvements.
Thank you, Mayor. And we have Joe Morrow and Aaliyah Vincent are both here tonight to kind of give us an update on our certificate of obligation. As you know, we just recently received the bids for the water reclamation facility. We haven't awarded that contract just yet, but this is sort of the next step. And so I think Joe's got a handout and a short little update for us.
All right, Mayor, members of council, Joe Morrow with Hilltop Securities. We did take bids this morning on your certificates of obligation at 10:45. We had a number of bidders sign up. We had 6 bids submitted. 1 bid did not meet the bid criteria, so we had to reject it. But we had 5 bids that did meet all of our bid specifications. I guess for starters, what we usually do is look at tab 1. Tab 1 shows us a graph of the bond buyer index of a 20-year history. This really gives us a sense of the direction of the interest rates, very much like the Dow Jones Industrial Average is used to track the direction of equities. So you can see we've hit a spot where rates started to kind of trail up a little bit. That is a result of inflation is still continuing to be a problem and has not, despite the Fed taking corrective action, it just takes time for the rate increases that they have done to trickle in. Behind tab number 2, you can see the bids that we received today. So we had a winning bid from Robert W. Baird at a 4.2668. We did resize that so that we would get the full amount into our construction fund. So we resized up to a $47,835,000. That will deposit the full $50 million into the construction fund, 10 of which was originally dedicated for streets and 40 for the water reclamation facility. So behind tab number 4 is the credit rating report, which again, this just confirms the city's rating at a AA+. So, again, the AA+ is a very strong credit rating, sets you apart from most of your contemporaries, and is one step below the highest rating you can get, which is a AAA. So if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them, either about the sale or any of the legal documents. Aaliyah Vincent is here from Allen Boone Humphreys Robinson, so we're prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you, Joe, for that very succinct presentation. Do we have anything from staff that you guys would like to add to that?
The only other thing I was going to mention, Mayor, is that we do have an executive session reserved if council would like to ask any questions about this specific thing with our legal counsel, since Aaliyah is here as well.
Okay, awesome. Well, I'll start us off here, Joe and Aaliyah and staff. Just want to make sure that we've followed all proper postings and notices, and we've checked all the boxes, and we're good to go to move forward.
We are good to go to move forward.
Awesome.
So thank you for asking that question. So with respect to certificates of obligation, there are a number of very specific steps that have to be taken. We have confirmed that those have been taken. And so tonight, later in your agenda, we will have an ordinance for your consideration to authorize the issuance of these certificates of obligation, at which point we will send the transcript up to the Attorney General's office, get their final approval, and then be able to close May 2nd.
Okay, great. A few other questions that I have. I know previously when we looked at doing this, we've now had an opportunity to revisit it. Grateful for the opportunity to revisit this, consider we now know the actual numbers for the water reclamation facility. Back when we previously looked at this, now that we have actualized numbers, how does this interest rates compare now to what was previous back when we looked at this?
Right. In January, we had a true interest cost of 4.49, and today we've got a interest rate of true interest cost of 4.226. So about 21 basis points in movement upwards.
And what would you say, Joe, is the actualized savings to the citizens of Manvel based off of that, what did you say, 26 basis points?
21 basis points higher in interest rate. So it is an additional gross number of about $1,931,000 in additional interest. That equates to a PV cost bouncing back of about $850,000. And we do have a call option embedded in there at February 15th of 2033, at which time we have the option to refinance.
Okay. So to make sure I understood correctly, so the interest rate is what's being proposed now is higher than what it was back in January?
Yes, from about a 405 to a 426. Yes.
That's unfortunate.
Higher.
That's unfortunate. Okay, and then one other question that I had, I'm looking at the analysis of what was done to determine the where was I at? This is tab 4 specifically. We're looking at page 4 and tab 4, just some of the key credit metrics. And one of the things that stood out to me there, Joe, was the population number. It says that in 2020, our population was 8,400 at that time. Is that accurate according to the census numbers?
This is from Standard & Poor's report, and they do not use the census. They have a third party that they use their metrics. And they use their metrics all across the United States. That way they have, it's a proprietary firm that provides the information to them, but they use their metrics in their analysis so that they have something consistent when they're making comparisons across the United States.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. One final question I have, Dan, I know that we received the actual bids and we've been discussing with the two bidders for the water reclamation facility. Do we have a settled upon price specifically for that at this time?
We do not yet, Mayor, but the goal is to have their cost optimization is what we're calling it instead of value engineering, because that phrase frightens me. So they're looking at ways to bring the cost down to what we've budgeted. We had a good meeting with them, a productive meeting with the apparent lowest bidder, and actually they were supposed to have something back to us today, but for sure by the next council meeting.
Okay. Council, any questions, comments at this time? No? All right. Hearing none. Joe, Aaliyah, thank you for being here. I know we'll have the executive session where we will discuss further, so appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we will now move on to the second item that's on the agenda. This is a workshop item where we give people that are looking to do business here in the city an opportunity to present to council to get feedback, questions, and comments. So I'll read this out, and then Dan will have you introduce it. We have a presentation on We Build Unique Independent Lives Together Development. And Dan, one item that I have is just to make sure that council knows specifically what you are looking for from us tonight. If there's a specific question that we are giving. I know there's a lot of people here from the public that are interested in this item, and we do have the opportunity when we get to the regular agenda where you can fill out a public comment card, and you'll have an opportunity to address council during that time. And we want to hear feedback from the public as well as from council members, because I know there's a few of us that live in this area right around where this development's going to occur. So, Dan, we'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So their development team has come in, and I guess a couple of times now, maybe 2 or 3 times, to have pre-development meetings with the staff. And so we're helping them through the process, but this particular project in almost any location in the city would require a specific use permit because it's a pretty unique project. And so what I had told our planning team, our development services group, is that if they come back again, let's just have a timeout, because I really think they're getting to the point where they're going to be spending a lot of money, because SUPs aren't free. There's a lot of work that goes in on the developer side. And enough of y'all, quite frankly, have talked to me about the concerns that y'all have received from the citizens. So no one can, like I've said before, nobody can, provide a better sales pitch than the people that are actually wanting to do the project. So this hasn't gone to planning and zoning. They haven't submitted any plans for review or anything like that yet. This is really to get your temperature, I guess, as a council. Is this something that you want in the city? Is this something that you want in the city at this location? Because if not, then we need to say that out loud, quite frankly, so that they're not continuing to spend funds on the planning side. If it is, then the next step is they start developing plans, and they meet with planning and zoning, and they come up with a recommendation for y'all, and we go through the ordinance process and everything. But I just hopefully that makes sense as far as the citizenry goes, because we get a lot of questions. Hey, how come you're allowing this, or I can't wait? Both sides of it. Nothing's happening right now. And I don't want to jump too far ahead, but I think their team is here so they can, again, present it the best.
Absolutely. If you guys would please come forward and introduce yourself, we'll give you the floor, and then we'll just want to make sure to leave some time in this workshop for discussion and conversation. So thank you for being here.
Thanks. I'm Ann Wilkinson, and I'm the director of We Built in Clackamas, Oregon.
I'm Eric Clement, president of Living Hope.
And I'm Sherry Clement, the Executive Director of Living Hope.
Also with us, we have Scott Sheraton with Scott Daniel Engineering. He's our engineering. And Late, which is not on the
Becky.
slide. Turn it on first. Sorry, next slide. Is Becky Dawson, is B&D Community Design Studio. I tried to memorize it.
Today, we just wanted to talk to you a little bit about We Built. We don't need our slides yet. I was just going to talk first, and then they'll jump back in. So I came at their request. We started our We Built community 5 years ago in Clackamas, and we have 36 members who live there. Started with 20, and then bought the land next door and have expanded. It's not, I think what we want you to understand mostly is what it is and what it is not. So it is not a giant residential facility. It is not assisted living. It is not a nursing home. It is not a giant group home. It's just a little congregate community, intentional community of individuals who experience a disability who can live in their own home with the support of the community itself. So the small community that they create become natural supports for each other. There's a chef that cooks the evening meal, but they're responsible for their morning and their lunch time. They go to work. Some drive, some have been to college, some will be nonverbal, some will have autism, some will have a different kind of disability, but all of them will have the ability to be alone up to 3 or 4 hours a day and live independently in their own house with support right across the sidewalk. That's really the biggest difference. It's not the typical opportunity for people with a disability. In Texas, it's 20-year. There's a 20-year wait just for services to help you learn to live independently somewhere. So if you signed up the day they were born, they're still going to be in their 20s before they're going to have services to help them learn how to live independently. Across our country, we just let people live either in a group home, in a residential facility, in a farm community, or in somebody's house in somebody's parents' attic or backyard or garage or basement that's been converted into a little apartment. The challenge for our country right now is that over 72% of people who have a disability are living and being supported by someone in their family that's already over 60. So eventually, this will become our next big healthcare crisis because there simply are not enough caregivers for the number of people who have a disability in our country, and particularly in Texas, which is only second to California for how long it takes to get services. So I think that what we want to do is show you some pictures of what it looks like in Clackamas. I want to explain how it is that I got here from Clackamas, Oregon, because we at some point had the TV come out and do a little video, and it clipped on, and it became something you could Google and you could find us. And so they found us here, and they asked us to come and see, and it's happening across the country. Little towns, just like Manvel, have some parents that need something else, that don't have a good system when they die for their kids and what's going to happen next, have asked me to come and say, can we come see your community? And then when they come, it's like, okay, we want to try this. So we are helping people do these. It's not a business for us. We don't make any money. We don't charge any fee. It's just a nonprofit legacy, I guess. My own son didn't fit anywhere. And the choice they gave me was a lockdown facility where I wouldn't be able to visit and where his behavior would be the kind of behavior that would be annoying to the other residents in that facility, and he would get hurt or killed within the first month. So that's my choice. Should I put him there? I was living outside our home in an RV because he couldn't tolerate somebody inside the home with him. And yet in the We Built community, he can live independently in his own home, walk over to the party barn when he needs help, get the help that he needs. Our state had authorized 525 hours of care a month for him to live with me, and now he needs about 7 or 8 hours a week. So it's a huge cost savings from a Medicaid standpoint, but it's also just a huge change in how we think about adults who have a disability and where they can go from here. When we looked across the country, when my son was clear that he wasn't going to be able to do roommates, we looked all over the country at every different kind of community, and either it was too restrictive, he had to do the same thing every day that everybody else was doing, or it cost $8,000 or $9,000 a month for him to live there. I was a teacher for a million years, so there was no way I was going to be able to afford to put him somewhere that was $7,000 or $8,000 or $9,000 a month. And I'm a single parent, so there wasn't somebody next who was going to take him. And he has pretty challenging behavior related to abuse that he sustained before he was my son. So here we have this plan, master plan. Hey, I can take this guy. I'll bring him home with me from school. That's fine. But it doesn't always end up to be the happy ending with somewhere that works for them to live. And that's what we're trying to help these guys see what could be for their sons and for some other individuals who live in this town. So we'll jump into you guys next, and then we'll come back.
Got a couple examples I'd like to introduce you. This is Fabian Montez. Most of these folks, the two folks we're going to talk about, we were introduced when we put our boys in Special Olympics. Fabian's been in Special Olympics since the age of 12. His dad passed away about 10 years ago, and his mom passed away last year with no extended family. So within his Special Olympics community, he's couch surfing right now, going from house to house. And I think they finally found a third or fourth cousin that may be able to finally take him. But this is a solution that would fit for Fabian that we could possibly get him in. Next. So on the Texas wait list, there's 300,000 on the list for state aid funding or group homes. It is a 20-year wait. My oldest son is on the list right now, and he's about 735. We've got one gentleman, the next one. Oh, Michael's not in there. So Michael Gallagher is another athlete we got. His parents had him late in life, or not late in life, but late in, they were 40 when they had him. So when he's 42, his parents are 82. And this would be, all these gentlemen are working, they're doing their part, and they're just rocking it in the world to the best of their ability. Michael would be a perfect example. These two right here are our boys, Devin and Drake. They work at Kroger's. They've maxed out their talent as far as chasing carts in the parking lot, bagging groceries, and doing self-checkout. But they are eager to become part of the Manvel community. They're eager to get involved in the community and just take it and run with it. Yeah, go ahead. So our residents, they're not going to be sitting around. We've got plans for a greenhouse. We're going to show them growing vegetables. We're also going to do other items to where they can possibly be selling them in the local community and making money for their nonprofit and for their community. And it went dark.
Oh, I think she's changing.
But it's, our residents will be at their highest level of independence to their ability. And talk to us about a couple of their residents going out to a game or a movie, and they come back and they're like, when's our curfew? There is no curfew. You're living at your highest level of independence. You come back when you want to. And these are the ones that are able to do that. Do we have any more slides?
Hold on, she's trying to help.
I think one of the biggest things is for the kids in the Clackamas community is almost all of them will tell you, I never had a friend before. Or their parents will say, we took our son home for Christmas and he said, I got to get back, my gang's waiting for me. And they said, that he's 37 years old, he's never had a gang. And now he has a gang. He has a group of friends. Our government doesn't allow more than 4 people with a disability to live together unless it's in a state-run facility, a state-run anything, unless you own it yourself. And that's what we've done, is we've made a community that the residents can own in an LLC and can hire the services they need to help them be as independent as possible. So house parent on site, chef on site, probably a handyman, live-in manager. So there are people there that you can just walk across the sidewalk. For my own son, the greatest thing for me is that when I die, I live beside him right now, but when I die, nothing else changes for him. Same staff, same dinner, same place to eat, same friends, same people in the parking lot, same lineup of the cars. Everything stays the same for him except who lives beside him.
And when we look forward to getting to know your family and yours, and your children turn into adults and having their kids and going off to college, ours are at a point where we've done what we can to our part. We've done the wills, we've done the trusts. What happens? We don't want to deem it upon a niece or a nephew to have to take care of our sons. That was not put upon them. We want to build an opportunity for them to come in and live on their own and still have family, extended family visit, but not have a family member have to take care of them if they don't have to. We're a square peg, you're trying to fit in a round hole. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So we're not, as Ann said, we're not a living facility, we're not a group home. Next. We are just a unique opportunity that was built for this off of Ann's basis and what she did, and she's brought this to our opportunity. Go ahead.
So our we've got a plot plan on how we're gonna, sorry. So we've got some land that was donated to us, and we've got a plot plan that will kind of show you where the houses are going to look and how it looks. This is just telling you that it will be a congregate community and that we will have 10 duplexes. They'll be on both sides, so that'll be 20 residents. Each duplex has, so it'll be one person per each duplex, a 600 square feet home, and they will be living independently. They will have an evening meal. It will be cooked out of a catering kitchen, and there'll be opportunities in the community to be able to join a social group, or to he said, to work or do any kind of either in the community or outside the community. And we'll be doing a bunch of volunteering and stuff like that. These are just some potential residents that could be part of our community that also yearn for a place to live. So Devin and Drake, they about 24 years old. One's 27 and 29. That's our sons. They both are like, Mom, we work. Why do we have to still live with you? And so this is a way of, we could just go put them in a subdivision and they would not thrive. They would maybe get taken advantage of. They may not be able to have the support system. Right now, they're in a huge Special Olympics support system, and they've got friends. And if you just throw them in a neighborhood where, all things could happen, this is going to be just a community where they're going to have support, they're going to have love, they're going to have security, and they're going to have friends. So that's just something that we're very, very passionate about.
So we've talked about our community. Let's talk about your community for a second. Last census report said that you have 60,000 disability adults in the county of Brazoria County. Of the 60,000, 14,300 are adults with intellectual special needs or cognitive. So we're coming here as not only something to take care of us, but to also take care of the community also.
Yeah, and this is a great opportunity. And like Ann said, there's a lot of people reaching out to her. North Carolina is saying, hey, we want to do a community like this. And Oregon, and then there's California, and there's a lot of places around that are like, man, this would be perfect. And we're on a website, we're on Facebook and LinkedIn, and we've got people calling and saying, hey, when are you, give us the information, or when are you guys going to have this ready? My son is 45. He needs a place like this would be perfect for him. And so we're getting people all over that are ready for this, a community like this, so they can be secure and have somebody. The other thing, when we started looking at where were we going to place our sons, we have two, and if you put them in Brookwood or all these other facilities, it's $5,000 a month. We have two, that'd be $10,000 a month for the rest of their lives. We can't afford that. That we could purchase them a home, or have them in this facility, and their bills would be like $600 a month. They would still have to pay electric and Wi-Fi and all that, but that's sustainable. Even if they were on SSI or any kind of government funding, which they would make like $1,000, they're going to be underneath that amount where they can actually live on their own. When we're gone into a different place, they'll be secure, and like he said, no relative will have to just pick them up and put them somewhere. They'll be in a home that they want to live in for the rest of their life, and this will be like where they'll be. This is the community.
So I think we should jump into a video next, so that the question is, what does it look like? Is it ugly? Does it look like ugly housing? Does it look like low-income housing? It doesn't. It's a high-end kind of system, and we're going to just go ahead and let you see a video, and then we'll be able to answer some questions after this short video.
Oh, and we're a little nervous too.
Yeah, super nervous right here.
You guys have done a great job. I know it's always nerve-wracking, standing before an elected body, but we're just everyday people that somehow got elected to serve.
This is the Clackamas community that any other community can replicate. They can get all the plans, all the documents, all the legal work, everything, for free. If you want to create a community, this is an easy way to get one.
Hi, I'm Ann Wilkinson. I'm the director of We Built Community and the president of Next Step Strategies. We Built is the first project of Next Step Strategies. As a nonprofit, we look for some process that we could do that would help people live at the highest level of independence. Well, it was about 5 years ago, and my son, he just wasn't going to be able to live in the different kinds of settings that are traditional for people who experience a disability.
I was at the very first meetings with Ann, and we were all in special education, therapists, teachers, ed assistants. We started to delve into what a potential ideal community might look like for Wally and others.
It just quickly became the story of no. It was just no at every direction. It was no from the bank. It was no from the state. It was, you can't have more than 4 people with a disability living in the same address. You can't do this. You can't do that. Every time we got a no, we also found somebody that could help us get to yes.
We've been a small residential builder for 20 years, and we developed a building process we call collaborative building, where we actually involve our clients in the building process. When we listened to Ann's story about the vision, but also her frustrations with trying to get anything going, she had a specific vision for exactly how this would work as a community. And she was consistently frustrated that people just could not catch it and not listen. And that's how you got what you have right here today. It's because her vision. And we listened.
And that was the coolest part about it, is we learned so many things. And what we originally laid out is nothing like what we have now. It's just, this is so much better than anything we ever dreamed would be the very best thing we could do.
I just really like it here. I really enjoy it here. Really great community, and everyone's got their own like little garden areas, little decks, swing chairs, hammock chairs, you name it. It's just super cool here.
We've tried many different attempts and different solutions. What's different about this place is number one, the feel. As you walk into this place, it has a better feel, more of a family type atmosphere, and more of a collegial type. It's less institutional. It's more like a place you'd want to be.
Everybody is allowed to sort of contribute to the development of the community and be a part of activities here, and that, you know, is not only in the group activities that we participate in together, you know, for dinner and for playtime, but for also the construction and development of this community has been largely something that everybody has an opportunity to be a part of. So it's been a lot of fun for me.
Inside of my bed, this is a Valley Railroad Company in Edison, Connecticut, on a former New Haven trackage. But different curtains when I slept all night.
A place to fit in, a place to be loved and be comfort and to do for yourself. And you see their confidence, their skills.
I'll never forget stepping into that little space and just being struck by the quality, the creativity, and the quiet. You know, this is an unmet need. In some ways it's hidden because, you know, a lot of times these kids, they age out of the school system and then they're dependent on family members and, you know, they kind of disappear. This is a unique approach to, you know, people experiencing intellectual and developmental disabilities who are on the spectrum, who have, you know, sensory issues, and adults with a variety of needs. But she very much understood they could benefit from living in this kind of community setting.
You know, you look now and you think, wow, you know, we did that. You know, it really was the project of no that has become this project that I hope other people will use as a model for their program.
A need that was so great, but no one seemed to identify or care about or just assume that this is the way it's always going to be, and there's no way out of this trap for parents of autistic adults. It is their burden to the day they die. And that just seemed, once you hear this vision, it's like, yes, why would I not want to be involved in something like this?
It's changing lives. It's 100% changing lives for the better in every way you could imagine.
As you look at the community, you can see that each individual home is designed very specifically for the individual who's going to live there, whatever is their passion. You know, as a special educator, we hear all the time about age-appropriate activities, and you can't have, you know, Hello Kitty, or you can't play with trains the rest of your life. Yes, you can. You can have your house fit exactly who you are, and that was our hypothesis, is if the house fit, would they have their wherewithal to come out into the community and work or volunteer or become social, and that is exactly what we've seen. This is just a look back at last year, and we put this together for the individuals who live there on New Year's Eve, but it's just kind of a fun recap of what happens in the We Built community. It's very much a different feel, a different kind of place than what you would participate in if you waited in line for 20 years and went. Just having kids live in their own home doesn't make it work. You know, having your own townhouse or having your own condo is still a very lonely life to sit around all day, and to have friends who can go out and people who will take you can share staff with 5 different kids, can all go together instead of just one-on-one all the time.
And we understand there's questions, and not only from y'all, but also from the community. If we can answer them in any way, we're going to be at Bighorn right after this, just to see if anybody wants to stop by and answer questions.
Yep. And we'll buy your dinner.
Yeah,
So
but
come
if we
on
can
in.
answer y'all's questions now, we'd love to.
Well, I appreciate that, and that's a very generous offer for you guys. Council might be here a little bit later tonight, but I'm sure some people in the community will take you up on that. Before we open it up to council, I think that the mission and the vision of We Built is a beautiful thing, and it's something that should be honored. While we're going to get into talking about some of the practical sides of it, and there might be some disagreements, there might be some agreeances there. I think you guys are fulfilling the mission that Jesus gave us, which is to take care of the widows and the orphans, to take care of those that are in need. And as a father myself, I'm always concerned about what are my kids going to be left with when I'm gone? What will their lives be like? And that's what you guys are focused on here. So I appreciate you fighting for your kids and all that you're doing to take care of them and other people's kids as well. What I'd like to do is open it up to council, and I'd like to start with Councilman Oplager, as Councilman Oplager lives right down the street in this general vicinity as well, and I know he has a few questions, and then we'll kind of work through each elected official here just to see what comments and questions we might have, and then I'll wrap us up at the end. So,
Yes, sir.
Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Since you said, I guess y'all sent the initial email to the city introducing yourself, right? And so I have viewed the Facebook and looked. It is a very nice development. However, I have questions. And the first one is, in the developments, well, Manvel's a zone city, right? And that's kind of the rub. I try to stay as close to the book as possible. How many other developments have you done that were in zone cities?
Just one that was zoned correctly. I think that's what you're asking. All the communities have zones.
Well, we
built this in high-density residential. Was the zoning. We've also done them in R5. We've had special use permits created in other communities, and we've built where there was a community that we took down and then rebuilt there.
Okay.
There's also one that was repurposed. That was doctor's offices with land around the backside that could become houses, and the doctor's offices remodeled into what we call it the party barn or the community center. So because it's a private residence, it's not a state-run, they're state-funded community, it's just a private residence. You can say, I think this land can handle 24 or 12 or 16. Always before, I think it's the city has a hard time knowing what to call us and knowing how to charge us SDCs and, what are our permits going to cost and how much is transportation fees for this community. I can tell you that we have 36 people. We have 11 parking places. There are almost always 3 or 4 available during the day, and we only have 4 cars on site at night. And 3 of those are residents, and mine.
Right.
So
we
don't have a lot of traffic coming and going. We live in a cul-de-sac, and the bus is at the end of the road, so we can jump on there.
Right. But out of that, 'cause I look at it as it's a development, right? This is a development. You're developing a community, right? No different than any other developer that comes to the city.
A little different.
The people are, it is. We got to cut in streets, ditches, or you got to comply with all that, right? So are the obstacles of paving the roads, concrete, and all that? You've looked at that, and
We do that. We do whatever the county or the city, depending on if it's incorporated in a county, unincorporated city, or in the county, whatever is required. That's what we do.
right, and you've looked at all of our stuff.
We have.
what-
Still, I think the challenge is still around getting their own fire hydrant, a special well just for the hydrant,
And also, I wanted to kind of explain, because it's kind of tricky. So my mom owns, and she's the one donating the land, and she owns 20 acres. and it's the back part of her 20 acres. So it is not going to be going through Cemetery Road anywhere near the cemetery at all. It's going to be on the back part, which is going to be the entrance and exits through Louisiana Street. So it'll be, they'll come into Louisiana, and then it will be a property. It'll be the property of the community. It won't be, so that's.
Yeah, I've seen the drawing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Okay.
But I guess in that, right, and as you look at that, and because I believe our ordinance is concrete streets unless you ask for a variance and that's kind of where the rub starts coming, is when the variance starts piling up, right? Because again, it's a development. So have you looked at that to where?
We're just, so the jog that comes off Louisiana and goes into the property, we are anticipating that being concrete and meeting that.
All right.
We're anticipating that cost.
All right, and then and then I see on the drawing, there's a 5-foot setback on the property line. So Dan, what's is there a prescribed distance of, is 5 foot acceptable, or does it have to be more than that?
For structure, well, right now it's zoned open single-family residential, so no matter what, they would have to rezone. So if they're rezoned to an SUP, then that would have their, specific setbacks in there. So right now, Evan, yeah, perfect. Good.
Current zoning administrator, it'd be 20 feet side yard setbacks by code for open single-family. 20 on the sides, 20 in the rear, and then 25-foot front.
Yeah, see, because looking at the one drawing, the Cemetery Road drawing, the draft drawing, again, this is a draft, so this is nothing that's set in concrete?
Yeah, so we had, your question again?
So I'm looking at this drawing, and I see where it says maybe 5 foot, 5 foot property line buffer.
Yes. So,
right? So I'm interpreting it as a setback. Would that be right?
It is something that we can massage and work out. We actually did it once. We thought we were good. Come on.
Septic setback or
One more
It was
time.
the septic.
field setback.
Septic field setback.
Not the building line.
And I do want to mention, kind of reiterate what Dan said. Essentially, like, they're about to get in the really hard design phase of this project.
Right.
And, they're still doing concept, but their concept has to work. They have to deal with drainage, they have to deal with access, they have to deal with these myriad of issues. So like, if it's not going to work here, we need to know that now before there's a lot of money invested.
Right, yeah, I get that. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of trying to figure out
So I think that 5 foot was actually the drain field setback.
yeah, that's, because I see that, I see a 15-foot drainage easement, and then on one side, and then on the other, a 5 foot.
Scott, you want to come up here for a second?
Well, I want to make sure that we give everybody some time to talk. I don't want to necessarily, Scott, I'll let you comment on this. I don't want to get into some of those nitty-gritty details as setbacks or things like that.
Yeah.
Councilman, if we can make sure to get some feedback.
Well, I guess, where I'm going with that is that locked in concrete? Because if that is, and that's your first big variance ask, right?
No, it's
Okay.
not at
All
all.
right.
Nothing's locked in concrete for us.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so I think what you're seeing, the 15-foot DE, we were asked to potentially take care of a drainage issue as part of this development that lies to the plan northwest. So we were anticipating the drainage district or the city running a pipe into our detention pond, and there's probably an additional 5-foot setback from that for the septic drain field. So I think that's what you're seeing. So, but the site plan is fluid, right? It's conceptual. We are going to adhere to the city's policies and ask for the least amount of variances possible, no doubt.
And then the homes, they're owned by the individuals, or they're leased, or who owns the property?
Share the individuals.
They're not owned individually. The community is owned by a congregate, a group of members in an LLC. And then they subsequently create a contract with Living Hope to provide all the supports and oversight and management and ongoing update and so it's not a government funded project, and they don't own their own home. So if they move in and they have an ownership share in the community and they want to not live there anymore, they send that ownership share back to Living Hope, and Living Hope then finds the next person, and then whatever that amount of funding is sent back and forth between there. So it's not a real estate deal. It's not a business deal where you would make money. It's an LLC that has that makes about as much money as they owe in taxes for being a member.
Councilman Perry, do you have any comments or feedback that you'd like to provide? Councilwoman Sarmiento?
Thank you for that amazing presentation. Thank you for what you do. It sounds like you guys acted to move forward based on a need that nobody is doing. So that's phenomenal, and that's the heart of innovation, right? Is doing when you're told no, finding a yes, finding a yes, finding a yes. I just want to say thank you for that presentation. My question, I think you answered, was how is it that you guys came to Manvel, and why Manvel? Why us? I understand.
Grew up in Manvel.
And then
graduated out of them because there was no high school here.
Yeah.
Her mother and father had been here since the early 70s, and father passed away when our youngest was born. And they're donating the land, the 5 acres for it, and we're actually the common building with all the meals. We're naming after her dad. We're calling it Nick's Place.
Yeah, my mom and I grew up here, and I grew up here where we didn't have a Manvel High School, so I had to be bused out of High School. But my mom's been here for 40 years. She's owned almost 100 acres now. She has the 27 acres, and when we were looking for land or figuring out what we were going to do, she's like, I would love to donate some land for you guys to do this community.
Doreen Neely's her name.
Yeah.
Okay. The other question, which I was looking up, and then right when I was looking up the statistics, you answered it. So the other question is, how many intellectual disabled citizens do we have in the county and also here in Manvel? I know we have quite a bit, but I had no idea there was 60,000?
Yeah.
So according to the 2017 census report, there's 60,000 adults with disability, and it had it categorized in cognitive, which is intellectual disability, or cognitive disability, or special needs. There's 14,500, and it's grown probably.
And that's as of 2017, and so we can
You can add it.
we can add that it's grown a bit, and so
It's such a need, for sure.
it's definitely a need. That's
CDC says there's 50,000 individuals with autism who can't live in a group home, turning 18 every year now for the next 18 years.
wow. So I'm shocked to hear that number, and so I'm interested to see what other questions we have other than that.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Lands, do you have any comments or questions?
Good evening.
Hi.
Looking at your business plan here, one thing that did catch my eye, it says that the community may include residents, one, who are not investors, and two, who may or may not experience a disability. With that many disabled Texans out there, why would we open this to someone who does not have a disability?
Just for the natural supports. So maybe it's a retired teacher, a retired fireman. Maybe it's a veteran who just needs to have a sense of community, needs to have dinner made for him, could offer just a natural support. It's not always great to be always with your own kind, but it's way better than being with no one like you.
A comparison would be like if a police officer moved into your neighborhood and you know he parks his car there, you know your crime rate's going to go down. But in the same comparison with having an adult that not only the residents can reach out to the staff, knowing that they can go knock on his door just for advice or something like that, we'll have that there also.
Well, I can see that, but I can also see how that can open up another gateway to whoever can come in and.
Yeah, I think it's, as a private community, we have a pretty clear understanding of who we want to live there, and a pretty significant process that they go through to be vetted, to be sure that they're safe, that they're going to be able to manage the 3 or 4 hours of independence, that, you know, smoking is prohibited, that it's not like just moving into an apartment building where, you know, you got all these other rules. We're looking for people to join a community that will become a community, that will be that other person for each other. We don't staff our communities full-time anymore because there's just no need. Our members and residents will help unstuff a toilet, or help carry in groceries, or help do things, or get somebody a ride somewhere. We have several drivers who live with us. We have residents from nonverbal, high levels of severity and autism, all the way through college graduates. About half of them now go to work. Nobody worked when they first moved in. About half of them have been able to secure gainful employment in the community, not special ed employment, but regular jobs in the community as welders and roofers. And so looking at just the tasks that they can do very, very well and over and over and over again and are happy to do that, that's where we try to find a career channel for them.
And each one of the persons that live in the community will be, they'll have to do an application. We'll look into they will have to fit the needs of the community. Like we'll, make sure, and if it's not a good fit, then, then we will let them know that it's not a good fit. So there's going to be, it's going to be a group effort of just trying to figure out the best, community.
If we have someone, we have, over 400 people on our wait list. And if we have somebody move out, but usually it's because their parent has decided to leave the state and they're taking their child somewhere else. But if we happen to have someone move out, we will definitely look at our list. It's not a numbered 400 wait list. It's, who doesn't have a friend yet, or who just lost a friend if this person moves, and then who do we have that will fit that need, or who do we need to join this community that will make this community function.
I think it would be interesting to see.
Think about a natural disaster. How many people live here that can make it to the meeting place by themselves? How many are going to need help? How many are going to need a professional person to get it? And then how many of our residents can go get the person that lives next to them and get them to the place? So there's a lot of factors that go into who gets to live.
It would be interesting to see y'all's some format your vetting procedure.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we can send you that. Sure. Yeah.
So you have an individual who rents one of your places, and let's say he has a mother that wants to say, I want to come take care of my son, and I want to sleep on the couch, and just so y'all going to say no to that?
Yeah, no.
Just like owning their own place. You're going to go hang
thing.
with them.
If somebody's going to stay longer than 10 days, they just have to ask us.
Okay,
We actually have an extra unit in our community where brothers or sisters or grandparents from out of town can come and stay and not have to be inside this 600-foot house with their person.
And so the members, you have a member and non-member. I'm assuming, is the member, does that mean that they're Medicaid funded and non-member is private pay?
Members have made an investment in the community.
An investment in the community.
So
And how
they own 500 shares. In Oregon, that investment was $155. It's based in North Carolina, that investment is going to be around $50,000. It depends on what is donated, what is available, and then what is left to pay for, divided by the number of people who are going to live here.
And
then
what city codes we got to meet.
Right. So that's how that works. And then you can choose to be a member, and then once it's built and you create a deed and you register that back with the county, then it switches over from the nonprofit and the development piece to the ownership piece and who's going to take this.
And just to clarify, we're Living Hope, the nonprofit sponsoring the build and the management of it. We Built Texas Gulf Coast is going to be the LLC. And in comparison to the Oregon one, she started in 2017, and you turned over your LLC a year ago?
Yeah, so our community became self-sufficient April 1st, so they no longer need any nonprofit funding. They pay $550 a month. That pays for all of their utilities, cable and internet, the evening meal, and the activities. And so that's what it costs. And then they have some additional jobs and some things around harvesting their produce, and they have some organic towers that they're working on. So that funding then will build their kind of their reserve accounts.
Interesting.
They no longer need anybody else to help them pay. It also pays for their community manager, a part-time handyman, and a full-time cook. It pays for 2 people. One is in opportunities and career development, and there's somebody who's looking at how they spend their day and is there a career path in there. So she's doing job development and also physical health. So she gets them into the gym and out on hikes, and we're trying to balance intake and output. Because people who move into Rebuilt gain about 30 pounds.
Well, if it does
do their own shopping.
if it does proceed, it'd be very interested to see the full program So I know all the questions that I have.
100%.
So thank you.
Councilman Acre, do you have any questions, comments, feedback?
Well, they answered my question about who owned the building, so I don't really have anything other than that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. Mayor Pro Tem Hudson?
Yeah, I don't have a question, but just a comment. I think that it's a great idea. If all the construction and ordinances can be taken care of, I think it's great.
Appreciate you.
So, a few comments that I'll have, and I know we're short on time. What I'd like to ask is if you guys are willing to come back at our next meeting as well. It gives an opportunity for you guys to engage with the public, for us to take the consideration. I know I'm not at a place where I can provide you clear direction tonight because there's a lot of information that's here. This is the first time that we're able to have this in an open and transparent setting, and we want to make sure that we give this the due diligence that it deserves.
Yeah, we'd be happy to come back.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, I know you might not be here. I don't know if you flew down here for this.
We'd be happy to, to engage with you on any other property that would be a better fit, or, a better location, or whatever. That's, we're not, I mean, we love the idea that it didn't cost us anything, but if that doesn't work, we understand that, and we would be looking to you guys to help direct us to where would be the right place in Manvel.
Because that was the comment that I was going to have, is sometimes while donated land's great because it's free and understand the sentimental value that it has as your family's land, it's not always necessarily the right land. I know, Scott, you're well aware of the drainage issues in that area with Crest Ridge, and we've been aggressively trying to address that with Crest Ridge, Mississippi, and Louisiana, but it's not an easy solution for that. And so that's something that you guys are going to have to take into serious consideration that's there. The big concern that I also have is I know that there will be potentially an increase in traffic. Your business plan allows that residents can maintain the ability to leave at their own free will with no expectation to participate in the on-site activities. And I know that's what you mentioned, if a firefighter or police officer comes and resides there. And Councilman Lands brought up the concern that I had. When you start to talk about people that do not experience a disability, that very much gets on the border of multifamily, which is something that in that area that's a quieter part of town or slower paced part of town, that's what gives me fear and concern about what that might look like. When you go, it mentions in your business plan, you're not a real estate venture, you're a business venture, that people buy shares in an LLC. What might that look like when the LLC is sold, as it happened up there? Is there a point, I'll ask this question, do you reserve a certain percentage of your spaces for those with disability?
Because we built during COVID and during the big fires, our cost went up, and so we sold more ownerships than, so it didn't stay a balance of half and half. And so we have the only non-disabled members who live there are now paid staff, and we cover half the cost of their housing as a perk for living on site.
Okay, because
that's having non-disabled people live there is very much an optional item.
Yeah.
Other than the on-site management staff that would have to be there. If that makes you, jump into the next category, then we would
We
think
could
about
totally
that.
say, yeah.
I feel like it's important to have somebody who lives on site too, even if they're not working. They don't work all day and night. But to have them live there is a different kind of community than people who come there. So
Yeah.
staff, there won't be a lot of staff. It's not like assisted living or a nursing home where new staff come every 8 hours. It's not that kind of traffic.
Until we get fully constructed, we're starting off with 2 residents, which is going to be our sons, Drake and Devin, and our manager will be until we get fully staffed.
And the chef, and
You wear many hats.
And our baker lives across the street. Her name's Dory Neely. She brings fudges and cookies and everything. But yeah, we're going to build as we go, and the staff will come aboard as we get there.
We did it in groups of 4, so
Yep.
we did 4 duplexes, and then 4 duplexes, and then 4 duplexes in our party barn. And then we built 11 new units, so 6 duplexes the second time. But always, we did it in slowly, just because it was the way that we could fund it.
Yeah, and we have to.
Nonprofit, there's just very little room at the bank to.
Yeah, and one more comment here. I'll turn it over to Councilwoman Sarmiento, and then we'll wrap this up. We'll have you guys come back at our next meeting. We always have to look at things as what's the worst case scenario that could happen. And let's say you guys get this facility that's built, the allowances are given from a zoning standpoint to be built, but then for one reason or another, you guys have to sell, and then it becomes true multifamily, not to serve the vision and the mission of what you guys are standing here and telling us. And so we have to consider what those ramifications might be. With every situation, there's the pros, but there's the cons. And I think that's what the big contemplation is with the community and with us sitting here. But understanding what your vetting process looks like, maybe putting some parameters and better definements around the.
I think I can answer that is that a nonprofit can't sell to anything else but a nonprofit. So if it didn't work for you, you would have to find another nonprofit.
But there's the LLC, and the LLC is not the nonprofit, and that's what has.
It won't go to them until the end.
Correct. But the LLC is something that people are, the investors, it's not the residents, it's the investors that own the home. They're buying into the LLC, and the LLC can exchange hands between whoever you want that to exchange hands to.
The LLC is the parents or
Mostly
the
the guardians.
brothers or the guardians or the actual members themselves who have no desire to raise the rent every month or every year or sell it to something else. I mean, for us, because we took some HUD CBC money to build our road and to buy the land next door, we can't change the focus. The community has to stay working towards the mission of the nonprofit, or we pay everybody back. And I would assume that you would have the same kind of a process here, where if they moved away from, if they decided to rent units to somebody else or sell units to somebody else or take down the party barn and build a pool, anything that they would do different, then they have to go back to the county and repay all of the funds that were donated.
Yeah, and those are the considerations that we'll need to have. And if you guys can gather some more information about the vetting process, be a little bit more specific in your business plan that's there. The ambiguity allows for some assumptions to be made, and we wouldn't want that to occur. And some specifics around what percentage you'd be targeting for those that the mission is going to serve. Some of that information would help me out in being able to provide you guys some clear direction there. But I know Councilwoman Sarmiento has one more comment or question, and then we'll wrap this up for tonight. But I appreciate you guys have done a great job answering the questions, so thank you.
Thank you. So a few questions have come up since hearing my colleagues ask them. So just for my clarity and understanding, so I'm tracking this, I think the biggest fear is that we don't want multifamily, especially in this part of town, right? We want to keep it as authentic to Manvel as possible. And I think where a lot of the fear is coming in is that what if we have great intentions and it doesn't work out because we can't predict the future? I think that's kind of the reservation there. The other thing that comes to mind is, would you guys be willing to put like a percentage? Like if we have, 30 intellectually disabled members here, we would not allow for more than 10 natural support, staff or something like that. Because if council decides, and this comes to fruition, I think the community can get behind the intention of this. I truly believe that. But I think that we want to preserve as best as possible the nature and the intention of what Living Hope is doing, right? And I think a little fear does also come in when we hear LLC. That to us says development, business, are you for profit? And so hearing you explain and articulate, this isn't venture capitalist, this isn't, so we can go trade it on the stock market. It's ownership for those who are living there, and they are self-sufficient. And understanding that part of the business plan, I think that might bring clarity, because oftentimes when we feel fear, it's because we don't have the answers. And so if we can just
We can include our contract, and I think that would clear up a lot of it if we can get you the contract that you can read that was written for Clackamas.
Okay.
That's 90% of what it would be for here. We'd need 10% to make it work for Manvel and for Texas. But I think once you saw that, and absolutely we could limit any other use It could just be a no-go, that this can never be used for any other purpose. It could just be written into the contract.
And thank you for being transparent about that and also willing to stay true and authentic to your mission. So thank you for that. And I look forward to meeting you guys the next time and hearing more. Thank you.
We'll wrap this up and we'll see you guys here in 2 weeks as well. And remember, community, they offered to pay for anybody's meal at Bighorn if you meet them there afterwards.
Anybody wants to have the answer?
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you guys. All right, so Dan, I think we're good. We'll close this workshop, maybe just take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll reconvene at 6:10 council and get the regular meeting kicked off. So appreciate everyone. Paging, Mr. City Manager, paging. All right, appreciate everybody's patience. We had a little bit of a technical delay there, so I would like to officially call this Manvel City Council meeting to order at 6:17 p.m. We have 7 of 7 members present, and tonight we have the invocation that is going to be given to us by Pastor Jacob Agnew. So Jacob, you can come forward. While he comes forward, Jacob's a pastor at the church on Masters Road, and you always hear the saying, it's a small world, and it is. Jacob and I met about a year and a half ago. I found out that he actually knew my parents. He helped my parents when they partnered up and helped a church community plant a church in Tennessee called Trove Heights.
Yeah.
And so small world, now he's helping out here in Manvel, and we ran into each other. So Jacob, appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank
The
you.
floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the honor. This is a privilege, and thank you all for coming, and we're going to give it to the Lord. Lord Almighty, thank you for what you're doing here within the City Council, within the City of Manvel, and within this community. And as we gather and we talk and we communicate, and we might disagree, we might agree, but ultimately, Lord, I just pray that your will be done. And we acknowledge our imperfections. We acknowledge that we veer off, but Lord, I pray that our eyes would ever be more on you, and give us wisdom and knowledge. And I just thank you so much for the opportunity to gather so freely. I know there are many places around the world that just struggle with leadership and struggle with decision making and struggle just with unity. And so, Lord, I just pray for unity above all else. And even when we disagree, we come back to the fact that you're good. And if it's not good, it's not done yet. And so we give you praise, we give you honor, we give you glory. And above all else, Lord, I just pray for wisdom and knowledge and understanding. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
All right, we now have the inspirational reading by Council Member Perry.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and all of our citizens and residents of Manvel. I initially was going to go with one of my I guess I would say one of my role models as far as leadership is concerned, Mr. Warren Bennis. But then I had a change of thought. I've been dealing with a lot of veterans, their family members, their survivors who have been dealing with some difficult situations. And that's my role in the community. And I don't always have an answer for them. So I decided I would go to my fallback as a preacher. So if you would just indulge me with a short passage of scripture in Proverbs, when I really need wisdom, that's where I go to. And this particular one is found in Proverbs 3. And I'm actually going to read from verse 1, but verses 3 through 5 are what are most important to me. It starts out, it says, "My son, do not forget my law, but let your heart keep my commands. For length of days and long life and peace they will add to you. Let not mercy and truth forsake you. Bind them around your neck, write them on the tablet of your heart, and so find favor and high esteem in the sight of God and man." And this is the crux of it for those of you who are searching for answers. "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your paths." And I hope that will inspire and encourage you on this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. If everybody will please stand and join me in saying the pledges. First, to the U.S. flag, I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And to the Texas flag, honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. So we have a few presentations that we are going to be doing tonight, and I've tasked a few of my council members to help me with the reading just because I don't want to lose my voice. So, Council, if you'll join me around in the front. Councilman Lands, I surprised you with one that I'm going to have you read as well, and we'll have you do that. So, Council, if you'll join me in the front, then we'll do each of these one at a time. We're all going to stand in the front. We're going to read each of these, because then we're going to be having people take photos as well.
Take it with us?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll leave it.
So the first one we have, we're actually going to move one of our agenda items forward. So at the end of every meeting, we have the mayor and council comments. And we were working on a special recognition tonight. We didn't make it in time to actually have it posted on the agenda. but one of our businesses, Sundance Horse Ranch, is celebrating their 20th birthday being open. And so we actually have recognition for Dorothy and for Sundance Ranch. So Dorothy, if you could please come forward and stand next to me here. I'll read this out, and then I'll give you the microphone for you to say a few words. I know you love talking publicly. And then you have some of your staff here with you as well, so we'll have them come forward for a photo. And we also have Mayor Davison, who's going to join us for a photo as well. So we have it as, whereas Sundance Horse Ranch has been an integral part of our community's equestrian culture for 20 years, and whereas Sundance Horse Ranch has been a champion of locally sourcing individuals like Carrie Osborne, Ray Felder, and Gutierrez Farms, enriching the community with their contributions. And whereas Sundance Horse Ranch has provided valuable lessons to 15 to 30 individuals weekly, with summer camps accommodating 8 annually and additional camps during spring break, Thanksgiving, and winter breaks. And whereas the ranch's barn, which holds 32 boarders and has fostered a community of friends with low turnover and a welcoming environment, never turning away boarders if they needed a place and would fit in. And whereas Sundance Horse Ranch has organized and hosted numerous events, including hosting horsemen like Brent Grafe, Joe Wolter, and Michael Goheen for clinics, as well as organizing the Extreme Cowboy Race, ACTHA trail rides, and the St. Jude's Ride for Children, raising money through trail rides and auctions. And whereas Sundance Horse Ranch has also organized mud runs like the Dirty Girl and Zombie Charge, showcasing the versatility of the ranch. And whereas Sundance Horse Ranch has demonstrated a commitment to environmental sustainability by housing bees and cattle, contributing to the local ecosystem by providing educational opportunities. And whereas Sundance Horse Ranch's dedication to the equestrian community has not only provided recreational opportunities, but has also helped shape the character and the success of individuals, including the children who have gone on to be successful professionals and contributors to society. And whereas Sundance Horse Ranch's horses, most of whom are rescues, have played a crucial role in teaching responsibility, building character, and fostering respect, honesty, and a strong work ethic in the Manvel community. Now therefore I, Dan Davis, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Manvel, Texas, do hereby recognize and celebrate Sundance Horse Ranch's 20th birthday and commend the ranch for its dedication and commitment to enriching the lives of others through its passion for horses. Congratulations, Dorothy.
So I'd just like to introduce the people that really have made this possible, along with Tammy. Lindsay, come on up with Zoe and Phoebe. Sam's my manager, and her husband, without whom I couldn't continue on because we have animals at other location. Two of my longtime friends and boarders, Brendan is Sam's husband that fixes anything and everything, and two of my boarders that have been with me for a long time, Phyllis and Jack Frost, that's his real name. And Angela Vickerman has been, if she would come up, her daughter has. These are just some of the favorites that could make it tonight, but and they have made Sundance Ranch be what it is. So thank you very much for this.
Absolutely. So what we'll do now is take a photo. We'll have you guys kind of spread in here with the other council members, and then Mayor Davison, if you'll come forward and join us as well, please. We would love to have you. Yeah, we're going to stay in between the two little boxes.
Maybe you don't want to scoot in back here so we all are staggered between the council members.
Okay, we'll have you here. Mr. Jack, we have you over on that side.
Say that again?
I'll say it louder for those in the back. How's this work? We good?
Yes, everybody's good.
Everybody look at the road.
Okay, so we're right here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thanks so much.
Congratulations. Okay, so next we have Councilwoman Sarmiento that is going to read a proclamation for the Mountain on Masters Road Fun Run, which is April 27th, and I believe we have a few representatives here from the mountain. If you guys could please come forward as well, and then we'll let you guys say a few words. So, Councilwoman?
Here we go. All right, proclamation, Office of the Mayor of City of Manvel. Welcome, thank you. So how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wonderful. So who's accepting the award officially? Everybody? You are? Okay. All right. This is a proclamation, whereas the community of Manvel recognizes the importance of promoting wellness and supporting noble causes within our midst, and whereas the Mountain on Masters Road, a reputable 501c3 organization, has tirelessly worked towards assisting individuals in overcoming obstacles and embracing lives of freedom through various impactful programs. And whereas the Mountain's programs including the Well Food Pantry, the Back to School Bash, Diaper Day in May, the One Who Loves You Most, GAT, is that GAT? GAT. And Christmas card giveaways have made profound differences in the lives of countless community members, providing essential resources and uplifting spirits. And whereas, in alignment with these principles of community support and wellness promotion, a fun run event is being organized in Manvel to further these efforts, fostering camaraderie, health, and a sense of purpose among participants, while also raising funds to sustain and expand the Mountain's invaluable initiatives. Now, therefore, Mayor Davis, by the authority vested in him as mayor and the city of Manvel, Texas, we do hereby proclaim that the community of Manvel wholeheartedly supports and endorses the upcoming run event on Saturday, April 27th, 2024, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., aimed at promoting wellness and fundraising for the Mountain on Masters Road. That we encourage all residents and neighboring communities to actively participate in this event, whether by running, walking, volunteering, to demonstrate our collective commitment by fostering a healthier and more compassionate society. That we express our deepest gratitude to the Mountain on Masters Road for their unwavering dedication in helping individuals to overcome obstacles and pursue lives of freedom. And we commend their exceptional contributions to our community's well-being. That we pledge to continue supporting the Mountain's endeavors and stand in solidarity with their mission of making a positive impact in the lives of those in need. Congratulations.
As representatives of the Mountain, we are honored with your wonderful words. They have really captured the essence of what we have at the Mountain tried to do, which is to meet the needs of the community, the ones we can see right now and the ones we can project into the future. There are things we have yet to been able to do, and we're looking forward to doing them, knowing that the City of Manvel is behind those efforts at meeting its citizens' needs, and using our initiatives to do it is very exciting for us. And we've seen, as a longtime Manvel resident, I've seen lots of fun runs and bike runs going up and down the street. So we're very excited to be adding our own fun run for the health initiative and also for the fundraising opportunity it presents. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City of Manvel.
You never know where to go. I'm like, can y'all see me? Can I go on?
Are we good, bro?
Yes.
Okay. And then everybody look right here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies, for what you do.
So I think we're going to have Councilman Oplager that's going to be out there running. He ran a marathon once. And you guys need to ask him about his marathon story for the Houston Marathon. It's the best story I've ever heard. All right. So next we have Councilman David Lands that's going to read a proclamation for Professional Municipal Clerks Week. And if we can have our city secretary come forward for that, and also our assistant city secretary come forward for that as well. Councilman Lands.
Come on close. Okay, so this is the 55th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week, May 5th through 11th, 2024. Whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the office of professional municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. And whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community. And whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the professional municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the professional municipal clerk. Now therefore, I, Dan Davis, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Manvel, Texas, do hereby proclaim May 5th through 11th, 2024 as Professional Clerks Week, Municipal Clerks Week.
Would you like to? No? Maybe sit up.
Everybody look right here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
All right, Mayor Davison, if you could join us forward for the front for this as well. So we have a very special recognition tonight for Miss Tammy Bell. Tammy is celebrating her 20-year work anniversary for the city of Manvel. The city has seen a lot of ups and downs over the year, but the one thing that has remained consistent for the past 20 years has been Tammy's wisdom, her guidance, her perseverance to continue to keep this city moving forward. And we would not be the city that we are today without having you involved in helping lead us. Your voice matters more than you know. When you speak, people listen. While you might be short in stature, you are big in personality, and we appreciate all that you do for this city. And so I'm going to read this here, and then I'll let you are going to have to say a few words. You're going to have to give us your sage wisdom. And it says, for 20 years of service, this certificate is proudly presented to Tammy Bell for 20 years of dedicated service to the city of Manvel. Through the years, your talents and efforts have helped our success together. We take pride in your accomplishment and your commitment to excellence. So we'll give this to you. I have 2 more things here for you. So one of the things that we've started to do here with the city as well, and I'm not sure who started this idea originally, but as a way to honor our employees when they reach their anniversaries, it was Tammy's idea, so we're recognizing Tammy for it. But we have, Councilman Lanz, if I can get you to hold this here, we have just a little, what would you call this, trophy?
So we have, yes.
Memoriam, a little memoriam, and then also a pin as well to wear that recognizes her years of service. So Tammy will give that to you, and then would you like to say a few words? Or I'm not going to give you a choice.
It'll be very simple. So oddly enough, tonight's pretty special, and there's 2 people out in the crowd tonight. We celebrated Dorothy's 20th anniversary of Sundance Ranch, and Dorothy was one of the first people when I started with the city that I was blessed to get to meet and form a lifelong friendship. Thank you, Dorothy. The other one sitting out there is Joe Morrow. When I started with the city, I was the bookkeeper, and my goodness, at how much I learned from Joe. So not only have I been with the city for 20 years, Joe has helped the city through so much, and I've learned so much. So Other than that, I've learned a lot from the mayors. I've been blessed to work with three. Dolores is not here this evening, but Mayor Davison is, and of course, there she is. And of course, Mayor Davis. So, thank you. Thank you. And I wish Dolores would have been here as well so that I could thank her, and then the many council members and the ones that are no longer here. I've managed through the course of time, 4 of our council members have passed. All 4 made a huge impact in the city, and if anyone asks me stories, I like to share them so that their legacy isn't gone with them. So anyways, thank you.
Dorothy, can you come forward as well for the photo? Yeah, we'll have Dorothy come forward. Joe, if you would please join us as well for the photo. We're going to have you come up here. And then Brian is a former council member. We're going to have Brian join us as well. Nope, you got to come. You got to come. And then Mayor, if you can join us too, please. All right, we have 3 more. I appreciate everybody's patience as we go through this. So we have 1 more staff recognition, then 2 proclamations. It's a full meeting tonight. I had a monster earlier. You know, Tammy's my monster gal. We drink monsters together, and then we have a long meeting. So next we have Military Appreciation Month, which is May 2024. We have one of our veterans, Council Member Ed Perry, who also works for the VA, that's going to be reading it for us. Do we have anybody in the audience that is a veteran of our military? If so, could you please stand for us? Thank you for your service. So, gentlemen, we have a little gift for you. Would you be willing to come up here and join us in the front? Come on. I'm not going to give you a choice. Come on up here. Appreciate that.
We have 4 council members that are veterans as well, right, Mayor?
This is not in the plan. Thank you.
And then we also have some council members that are veterans as well. Councilmember Jerome Hudson, Councilmember Ed Perry. And then we also have council members Harry Oplager and Larry Akery that are also veterans. So gentlemen, thank you for your service.
Yes, thank you for your service. Whereas the City of Manvel acknowledges the bravery, sacrifice, and dedication of our military personnel, both past and present, who have served our nation with honor and valor, and whereas during Military Appreciation Month, we pay tribute to the men and women of our armed forces and their families for their unwavering commitment and sacrifices in defending our freedoms and protecting our way of life. And whereas we recognize the resilience and courage of our military members and their families who face unique challenges and hardships in service to our country. And whereas we honor the memory of those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our nation, and we express our deepest gratitude for their selfless dedication and valor. And whereas, as a community, we stand united in our support of our military personnel, veterans, and their families, and we reaffirm our commitment to honoring their service and sacrifices. Now, therefore, Dan Davis, by virtue of the authority vested in him as the mayor of the city of Manvel, Texas, does hereby proclaim May 2024 as Military Appreciation Month in the city of Manvel, Texas, and encourages all residents to join in recognizing and honoring the contributions and sacrifices of our military personnel, veterans, and their families, and to express sincere appreciation for their service to our nation. Thank you again for your service.
So we do have another staff recognition for Scott Karpowitz, but he is not able to be here in attendance tonight. He serves within our police department, and we are recognizing him for his 15 years of dedicated service to the city of Manvel, and we appreciate all that he does. So we have our last proclamation tonight, and council, I know we've been standing a lot, but we're going to be sitting here next, so we're loosening up the legs. And next, we have our resident motorcycle rider, who is going to be reading this proclamation for Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month, and we have a group that's here to accept it. If y'all will please come forward, and we'll let you say a few words afterwards as well.
Come on up, folks. I don't probably ride as much as y'all do.
Right.
Good morning. Good morning.
Like it?
Good morning. Good morning.
Lucky? I'm not Hagaya. Nice to meet you.
All right.
Sign, okay.
All right. Welcome. Welcome. All right, here we go. All right, they saved the best for last. Whereas, so the proclamation, this is the Warriors Bikers for Charity, correct? All right, welcome. Whereas motorcycle riding is a popular form of recreation and transportation for thousands of people across the country, state, and nation. And whereas motorcycles are common and economical means of transportation that reduces fuel consumption and road wear, contributes in a significant way to the relief of traffic and parking congestion. And whereas the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and Motorcycle Safety Foundation have designated May as Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month, and whereas during Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month, motorcycle organizations across the country will be conducting activities to promote the importance of motorcycle awareness and safety, of sharing the road with motorcycles, and to remind riders to make themselves more visible to others. And whereas the City of Manvel wishes to promote the safety campaign of the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration in its effort to ensure safety and well-being of all. Now, therefore, I, Dan Davis, by virtue of the authority vested in me as Mayor of Manvel in the city, Manvel of the City of Manvel, geez, Mayor of the City of Manvel, you know what it is, here is Texas, hereby proclaim May 24 as Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month. That was a tongue twister. Congratulations.
First of all, we'd like to thank the City of Manvel and its residents. And so as the days are getting warmer, people are getting their bikes ready for the summer months, riding down to Galveston. And not only that, but events going on around the local communities. So you're going to see a lot more motorcycles. And we're not accustomed to looking in our mirrors for a motorcycle. We're accustomed to looking for cars, trucks. So we're asking the public to look twice, because we all have families and we all want to return back home just like everyone else. So again, thank y'all very much. We appreciate it. Enjoy your evening.
All right, thank you, everyone. Appreciate you. All right, give us a minute here just to get things repositioned, and then we'll continue on. All right, we had a lot of mayors of Manvel tonight. Look at that. All right, we will now move on to a public hearing presentation. So we're structuring this a little bit differently. You have your public hearing that's coming up, and during that time, the public can address council regarding the matters of the public hearing. It's an opportunity for you to speak to us and us to listen, not have a back and forth, but really take your feedback. But what we like to do is we like to give a presentation as to what the public hearing is about, so that way if you choose to speak, you know a little bit more of the information about what to speak on. And so for the public hearing presentation, I believe that we are having Mr. Evan that will be giving us an overview of this. And then we have some people that are also joining us virtually as well that will be, I don't know if they'll be speaking during the public hearing specifically, but they will be here for the agenda item. So Evan, presentation's yours.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. Today we're here for a specific use permit for a urgent care center. This is located in the town center development and is in a part that has two buildings. It's going to be located in the larger building, which is 10,667 square feet. And then there's an adjacent building next to it that's about just under 6,000 square feet. You can see it here. It's in the building we're facing. And just so you know, just to orient yourself, it's the northwest corner of 288 and Highway 6. Here's a site plan. You can kind of see it a little better. I always try to this laser pointer, but it's that grayed out area. It's in that building. And one of the conditions that we're recommending, or Planning Development and Zoning Commission is recommending, is to limit it just for one suite, which is Suite 103 of that building, and approximately the square footage for the proposal, which is just over 2,600 square feet. Here's the floor plan. I do want to say that the last meeting we had the applicant speak that kind of went over how their operation works and a little more detail about the business side. But essentially they have 4 exam rooms. It looks like a normal urgent care center. And it's going to abide by the hours that there's 3 standard conditions for these uses in the zoning ordinance. And they're going to abide by all 3 of them. Those have been listed as additional conditions of approval for this use. And again, it's 2,600 square feet. Their proposed hours are 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, and then 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday and Sunday. So during the PD&Z meeting on April 8th, it was unanimously recommended that we recommend conditional approval with 4 conditions. And like I said before, the first condition is basically limiting it to Suite 103 for approximately 2,600 square feet. And then the other 3 conditions that are found in the ordinance. The facility is limited to the hours of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., which they abide by. That's well within the hours they're proposing. An open view basically from the outside, so it's not just covered up. So you can see inside. It's kind of a more welcoming environment. And then all doors have to remain unlocked during business hours. These are normal conditions. They have no issues with them. So that concludes staff report.
Fantastic. Thank you, Evan. So now we will move on to the public hearing portion. I will read this out. Then I'll do a first call, second call, third call for the public hearing. During that time, you can raise your hand. I'll call you forward. You then have time to address the council regarding the subject matter for this public hearing. So I read these fast, so buckle your seatbelts. It says to hear input from the public on an ordinance of the City of Manvel, Texas, amending the zoning ordinance of the city by amending the zoning classification of approximately 13.08 acre tract of land located at 21708 Highway 288, Manvel, Texas, described as Reserve A of Manvel Town Center Phase 1B from Planned Unit Development in State Highway 6 Overlay District, PUD SH6, to Planned Unit Development in State Highway 6 Overlay District with Specific Use Permit PUD SH6 SUP, providing for the granting of a specific use permit with conditions to authorize the use of property for 621493 ambulatory healthcare services to be located within the Town Center Development, providing for the amendment of the city's official zoning map, providing for severability, and providing a penalty in amount not to exceed $2,000 for each day of violation of any provision hereof. So we will now do the first call for anybody that is wishing to speak for this public hearing. We have one. Yes, ma'am. If you would please come forward, state your name and address, and then you can address the body. Thank you for being here tonight.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Marianne Atkinson. I'm at 7425 Jordan Road.
Marianne, can you pull down the microphone a little bit for you? Perfect.
Is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think this is a great idea. Having this here in Manvel versus going all the way to Alvin in an emergency or Pearland in an emergency, I think this would definitely serve our community to the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Appreciate that. We will now do the second call for anybody wishing to speak for this public hearing, and the third call for anybody wishing to speak for this public hearing. Seeing none, we will now close this public hearing at 6:52 p.m. We will now go to the public comment portion of the meeting. We have one that was written that I will read, and then we have, as you guys can see, quite a few here that have been submitted for people that are wishing to speak. Appreciate everybody that signed up to speak. Please, don't be nervous. We're here to listen to you during this time, and we understand that what you have to say is valuable, and we want to hear your perspective. So whenever I read your name, what we'll do is have you come forward to the podium. You'll see that they'll put 3 minutes on the TVs and also the confidence monitor in front of you. If you can state your name and address, then for 3 minutes, you'll be able to say whatever it is that you want to say regarding the topic that you're speaking on. But at the end of 3 minutes, we'll ask you to wrap up your time and head back to your seat. That way we can continue promptly with the meeting. So first, I'll read off a written statement from Kevin Cron, and Kevin wrote, "Good afternoon. I was wondering if you would be so kind to bring up the potential of adding tennis courts or basketball courts to future city parks development or add to Croy Memorial Park. Thank you for this consideration." And Kevin, we appreciate your comment. So we have our first public speaker that has signed up, Catherine Ducommon. Nope, you're good, Catherine. Come on. I know. I appreciate you being here. And if you could state your name and address, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm Catherine Ducommon. I live at 6602 Mississippi. I wanted to come today to talk about the We Built situation. Doreen Neely owns the property directly behind our house. So you take a couple of steps and we're in her yard. So my concern with it is, yes, while it's a good idea, it's a great, new thing to be talking about with mental health and trying to provide services like that. As far as in residential, I don't agree with it. Just for the scope of it, it just seems so broad with the different disabilities. It's not, directed just towards autistic individuals is what I had been told initially. But now hearing that it's supposed to be a long line of, you don't know the extent, I guess, of the disability is what I'm trying to get at. And as the public, we don't know their medical histories. We don't know something could be violent. And having that in my backyard with my children is very concerning. Is it going to be a gated community? We're already having drainage issues that we've been dealing with for the past 4 years at our house from the new build behind us that didn't get drainage put in. So our backyard already floods. And if this was to go in, the other side of our house would completely flood. And where we live is at the end of Mississippi. It's a cul-de-sac. If you were to think of it as like a baseball analogy, that's how our property is kind of, it looks like a diamond. And so we're like, right field would be Doreen's property. And that where they're talking about the road would go from Louisiana would be right behind our house. So think of it as us having this traffic coming through behind us that we never anticipated. My parents bought this land 33 years ago, and we've been out here ever since. And never did we anticipate that we would have, so much traffic going behind us. That's why they built, on the cul-de-sac, so we would have less interactions and whatnot in the country. And just to have this development even be thought of to put in that piece of property, I don't think it's a good idea. My neighbors also agree who live right next to me, Miss Lyra, and her backyard is Doreen's property also. So I just wanted to come and formally say that we do not agree with it. We do not welcome it, maybe for a different piece of property that could be commercial, but as far as residential, we are very concerned with it, and I just would not like to see it go through.
Right.
So thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Catherine. And we know that this item is important to you as staying here for 2 hours with 2 young kids. So appreciate you being here tonight.
Yes. Thank you.
And then are you working on that right now? You're trying to, okay. What I'll do is I'll keep track on my phone for right now, and whenever you have a minute left, I'll just hold up the one finger sign so that way you guys know. All right, so next we have Jan Weed, okay. Perfect. Well, Jan, thank you for being here tonight. If you can state your name and address for us.
Yes, my name
I
is
will start
Jan.
the timer.
My name is Jan Weed, and I live at 6703 Crest Ridge. My husband built our home in 1975, and he built it for a purpose, to live in a small community that's peaceful and tranquil. And we love our property, and I've been out here now for 25 years. I watched the presentation with great interest, because I agree with the young lady, is that we all live in a residential area. I look upon this, while it's a very worthy cause, and if I had a child with this disability, I would be concerned as well. In fact, we have 15 grandchildren, and one of our grandsons does have Asperger's syndrome, and he may very well need a facility like this. So I want you to know I'm compassionate towards them, and not at all questioning their motives behind this whatsoever. But this facility being plopped in the middle of a residential area is going to affect our property values. It's going to affect us to resell at some point in time. We're getting older. We are not going to be able to take care of our property for the next 50 years or 20 years even, and so we're going to have that issue to do that. I looked at the Clackamas presentation. While it's very, very well done, at the same time, they bought property and they built it out away from residential area where they could do all the things that we saw. It looked very first class, which I'm sure it is, but at the same time, if that facility was built in our residential area, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb with those colors and the setup and that sort of thing. Not only do we also worry about flooding, we also worry about the traffic congestion, which you've all brought up, and I appreciate that as well. So we do live in a residential area, and we would like to keep it that way. If they could find, and I understand the property has been donated, but what's going to happen when Mom decides to donate the other 27 acres? How many more homes would we have in the future to have to incorporate, along with the traffic and the flooding and everything else that goes along with that? So those are just my concerns about that property being dropped in the middle of our residential area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jan. Appreciate your comments, and thank you for being here tonight. Next, we have Waylon Sheffield. Waylon, thank you for being here. If you can just state your name and address for the record.
Hi, thank you. Waylon Sheffield. I live at 6225 Louisiana Street. I'm also speaking in response to the We Built project. First of all, I would like to acknowledge that I not only understand, but I appreciate what they're trying to accomplish. Living Hope and the We Built organizations, I genuinely do have respect for them. And I do believe that something like this does need to exist. However, Louisiana Street is absolutely not the location for their community. As we've heard several people mention, and I'm sure I'm going to be redundant here to a certain degree, the proposed location is in the middle of a residential piece of land surrounded by single-family homes. By design and by the city's design, currently they're only allowed to build single residences at any given address in the area. A commercial operation like this doesn't only contradict that, it changes and disrupts our community for those of us living directly next to it. And the disruption begins at construction. We have one small one-lane street with no curbs at dead ends. Even after construction takes place, we're going to have to deal with constant flow of traffic between visitors, staff members, suppliers and vendors, and whatever else it takes to keep this community going. I know they didn't like to use the term commercial, but it is commercial. Once this is constructed, as far as I can tell from their plans, for the 20 units, they're going to have a giant leach field and a retainage pond, but you can't convince me that we're not going to be dealing with flooding. This backs up directly to our neighbors across the street, and the area is already a wet area to begin on. We all moved out to that area to get away from the city noise, light pollution, and all of the distractions that this is just going to destroy. Of all the potential locations in Manvel a facility like this could go, there's so many other options closer to, if not directly on, Highway 6 as an example, that would allow not only for easier access for visitors and for the residents, but also for any emergency care that they may need. Just a final point to to make my point, ourselves and several of our neighbors have all asked for variances at one time or another to build either a small mother-in-law suite or a apartment in the garage, and we've been consistently told no, because you don't allow multi-residences. This, again, contradicts the same precedence that has been set and is going to cause problems moving forward between us and the city council and our new neighbors if this were to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Waylon. Appreciate your comments, and thank you for being here tonight. Next, we have Warren Savoy. Warren, thank you for being here tonight. If you could state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes, sir. Oh, you don't have to take off your hat to speak.
I take it off in respect.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you,
Warren
sir.
Savoy, 1 Wolf Lane, Manvel, Texas. First off, I'd like to thank all the veterans that are still here for your service. I really appreciate that. I'm in opposition to We Built. Why? I moved here 15 years ago. I could have lived anywhere in the Manvel area. We're in Steve and Joy Cameron's old house. It's an old neighborhood. There's a lot of services the city doesn't provide. You've never heard me come in here complaining about it. Are the roads great? No. Look at them on Louisiana. They're falling apart. I've never come to this council and said, fix it. You let this happen, and you're going to have a lot of big traffic down there. You think the road's bad now? My cul-de-sac has a giant hole that the school bus won't turn around in because the hole's so big. That's my first complaint. What's going to happen when you have this? My next opposition to this is property values. I'm not going to live here forever. I intend to retire somewhere back in Louisiana. Okay, I got to sell my house. You've got this giant lit up structure there. It's not in your neighborhood, it's in my neighborhood. I vote. Okay? It's going to kill our property taxes. Who's vetting the people that are coming in here? Now, they're claiming that they're going to bring these people in here and they're going to get them jobs. Let me tell you something. One of our best friends who lives here in Manvel, their son is challenged. He can't get work. He went through the system at ACC to train him to get work and to just be a productive member of society. They struggle to get him 4 hours a week anywhere. So I call BS on that one. They don't have the ability to find jobs for all these people. What's going to happen when you get the nonverbal residents there and they start wandering out at night? Is someone there going to watch them? At that point, they become a problem. Just like the stray cattle that run in our area that I never complained about. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Warren, thank you for being here. I was going to ask where your last name, where you originated from, but you said Louisiana, so I was able to figure that out. Councilwoman French, yes, sir. And then Councilwoman Sarmiento said she loved your shirt, by the way.
Church Point, Louisiana.
Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Next, we have Janelle Hart. Janelle, thank you for being here. If you could please state your name and address for the record, and then once you start talking, I'll give you 3 minutes.
So my name is Janelle Hart, and I live at 6830 Louisiana Street. I am opposed to the We Built project, but let me begin also by saying that I do also think it is a very worthwhile cause. I have worked with special needs children, and I do really appreciate what they're trying to do. I think it is a wonderful thing, and there is a need for it. However, I do not believe that it belongs in a single-family residential neighborhood. I'm assuming that the zoning would have to change, and most likely to multifamily housing, and so that just would not work in our neighborhood. I'm also concerned about if the zoning laws were to change and allow this type of development, it opens the door to other property owners to create additional multifamily units, which could potentially cause more problems down the road as well. My other concern is from what I understand, it's only been in existence since 2017. I mean, no, not here, but in all. So it's kind of a new type of development and a new, I don't know what you want to call it, but a new concept, I guess. So it's not really proven to be sustainable necessarily. And so if it were to, the company that operates it and however it works, if it were to fail or dissolve or sell or however that works, the the complex could be converted into something that's less desirable. I mean, it could be, could a developer then come in and say, hey, look, I've got a bird's nest on the ground here. I can just change it and make it what I want. And then we could possibly have, could we end up with Section 8 housing? Could we end up with something like that? Or just apartments in our neighborhood, which is not what we want. And I know somebody else said something about the light pollution as well. We can still see stars in our neighborhood. We like that. We like to be able to go outside and it be peaceful and quiet and no traffic. And again, to reiterate the flooding issue. So, and then if it were just to be abandoned, this commercial property abandoned next to us, what would happen then? So just a lot of different issues, and just definitely opposed to it. So I appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Appreciate you being here, and thank you for your comments. Next, we have Jamie Sort. All right, Jamie, if you can please state your name and address for us, and then you have 3 minutes. And then, how do you say your last name? I'm curious.
Sort.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was short because it's S-O-H-R-T.
That's right.
So you tricked me there. Good job.
My name's Jamie Sort. I live at 6625 Louisiana Street. So I don't know if y'all seen the drawing, but right across the road from my house, directly across the road from my house, is where she plans on putting the entrance to her property. Well, let's just say it is an entrance. I used to run cattle on her property. Up to about a year and a half ago, I had my cows there. I live right across the street, and she made me take my cows off. No big deal. So I know that place is wet. It floods. It stays underwater. And for somebody to come in and build, the man said starting with 2 communities. Why? Because he has 2 boys. To build up to level, if they follow all restrictions, will be impossible. Flooding around all of us, the people on backside on the Cemetery Road, all those people, because the water does not run to the bayou. Because where we are, my house is the highest on that road. Harvey and all that, it's completely dry, except for the pasture that the bayou flooded. But so the water's not going to run that way. It's going to push it right back on them. So I just wanted to say that I'm opposed to it, and not because of what it's doing or who it's helping, because there needs to be a place like that for those type of people. She said there's 60,000 people in Missouri County that have those needs, but you're going to service 14 of them, 20 maybe at the most. Does it need to happen in the residential area where we're out in the country? I have arena, I have lights, but I'd like to appear to my neighbors and keep my stuff turned off and keep my lights down to a minimum. I do have cows. The man's saying cows run wild, but I do have cows, and I do have animals, and I do have horses, and my daughter rodeos. And also, y'all ain't been out there, but where actually the driveway is for her saying that she's going to go in, they're building a brand new house. The man hadn't even moved into this house yet. He doesn't realize the amount of traffic that's going to be going behind that house. And actually, I don't think through the ordinance that they can get fire trucks, ambulances in the entrance, take a left and another entrance behind the man's house, and then go to the other man's other property. So just want to let you know that I'm opposed to it, but there's a lot of legal issues and ordinance stuff that will have to be followed anyway. But I just don't think it's a good place for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate your comments, and thank you for being here tonight. Next, we have Hyun Cheng. Hyun, thank you for being here. If you could just state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Hyun Cheng. I live on 6228 Louisiana Street. So this we built, again, I'm reiterating what everybody says, it's a great concept. This literally is in my backyard, and I'm scared to death for my children. Number one, we're working with some disabled adults who live there, who have needs, and I don't just mean mentally, I mean sexually as well. Y'all got to think about that. Second thing is, you also have people who are not just disabled, who are also living there as guide or whatever. To me, it sounds more like commercial than anything. Okay, the other thing that I have a problem with is that they're getting ready to, they look like they're trying to build. I have surveyor on my property without my permission. Now, how is that okay? We're starting off from the wrong foot here. Second of all, my house is zoned in a flood zone, meaning that I have to buy flood insurance. So just to reiterate what everybody is saying, it is going to flood. Guess who's going to get flooded? Y'all guys are not, but I am. Because from their, whatever their plan is, they're going to build a parking lot right up against my fence. The drainage system is right up against my fence in my backyard. So who's going to get flooded out? You're not too worried about that, but I am. Second of all, we talked about, sorry, I have a lot to say because this is happening. It sounds like it's happening. And I wish to God that it does not, because again, it's a great concept, but it's kind of selfish on their part as well, because Doreen sold her property sky high. She's been trying to sell it for over 10 years. She finally got the price that she wanted. Now, all of a sudden, she donates this property to her grandkid and her child. It is not okay because, again, she sold her house. I can't sell my house for what she sold hers for. And I can't move. I still have kids. I still have an elementary kid here. Okay. So that thing is, again, we talked about the flooding. I'm going to get flooded regardless. Second thing is that they don't have a swimming pool on their property. I do have a swimming pool. I worry about somebody from their property not understanding that this is not okay to cross over somebody else's fence and go swimming. That is my concern. My insurance is going to go up. So y'all got to think about that as well. My insurance is going to be sky high. Not that it isn't already. And again, the noise level. From their plan, they have meeting tables all in that backyard where the adults can go out, talk, and do whatever, socialize. It is in my backyard. Also, is that mine?
That's your time, ma'am. You got.
Okay, I got one more thing to say.
We'll give you 15 more seconds here.
Okay.
My phone's frozen, so let's talk through it.
Okay, I work at the hospital. I work with these type of patients. What happens whenever they have a meltdown? You're not going to be able to control these people with meltdowns. I'm sorry. It will take a psychologist. It will take medication. It will take time. I am scared to death for my children. I have 4 children that I have to be able to take care of. I do not want that guilty conscience of, I didn't do enough for my children. And here it is, they built it in my backyard, in our backyard.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Next, we have Garrett Knox. Garrett, if you can please come forward, state your name and address. And, Garrett, I'm going to hold you exactly to 3 minutes, all right?
Garrett Knox, 4835 Patterson Road. Speaking about something a little bit different. I think it's number 9 on y'all's packet. Anyways, my name is Garrett. I'm a lifelong resident. My family's been here since the early 1900s. Lived here 22 years. So I probably have not spent more than 2 weeks outside of Manvel at any moment in my life. I'm very involved in the community. I'm writing a book called Big Trees of Manvel. Most of y'all probably heard about it on social media. I just stay involved, and through this whole process of writing the book, I've met a lot of people that love trees in this town. And in particular, the reason why I'm here is to speak on behalf of the discussion item, talking about the tree ordinance. What started this for me was I drove by the new Public Works site on 1128, and I saw the trees. I've driven by those trees 100,000 times in my life, and just to drive by and see them completely destroyed in a pile, I had a deep conviction about that, and I felt guilty, like I didn't do enough, and like I should have done more. And as a community, we should do more. Those are incredible trees that have been there for, 35, 40 years. We should, it gives me the impression that we're being lazy. We're not hiring people that can look at that and say, okay, this property has this tree on it, this tree on it. Why are we not hiring people that can look at a piece of property and incorporate trees into the plans if possible? There's just lots of instances in Manvel where we do have great trees that are not protected. And I think the reason why a lot of them are standing now is because good people have stood up for those trees, and that's why they're here. But those people are not always going to be around to defend the trees. We need something on the books that says, okay, on city-owned property or on commercial property, these specific trees are protected for this reason, if they're this size, whatever. That would be for you guys to figure out and to work with the community and see which trees are valuable. You know, an older tree that's 100 years old that's an oak is going to have a different value than a 20-year-old tallow. You know, there's trash trees and there's long-lived trees, there's hardwoods. So all of that needs to be considered, but we need a good, strong ordinance in this town, because if you want to come into Manvel and do business here, you need to respect the trees that have been growing here in this town for 40 years. They're our trees, and I don't think it's that big of a deal. You know, if you want to come build a business in Manvel, you should have to work the trees into the plans if it's on commercial property. So, you know, and being someone that's writing a book, you know, I defend Manvel every single day. I defend our trees. I tell people Manvel's the greatest place. We have the most beautiful trees. It's offensive to me. It's embarrassing that our community is not only not defending trees, but we are actively destroying them on an industrial scale. You know, this needs to be something that we work on. I know you're all great people, and you might not even know this is going on, but it's important that we look forward. We say, okay, we've lost some great trees in the past. We've lost some recently. It's important that we look forward and say, this is what we need to do so that it doesn't happen again, and that way we can continue to keep Manvel a beautiful community. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. You did good. You had 9 seconds to spare, so good job. And if anybody needs any gardening tips, Garrett's your go-to guy for that. He has a phenomenal garden. Okay, next we have Brian Wilmer. Mr. Wilmer, if you can come forward, state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
This time I'm going to remember to tip the microphone down. I'm quite a bit shorter than Garrett. I'm here tonight to talk about the tree preservation ordinance. I'm very much in favor of it. As we know, trees do a lot of good for the environment, for our environment. They absorb water, they hold soil in place, they help prevent erosion, they ameliorate the climate, they're good for migratory birds and other animals. The ones that I'm really interested in is that they reduce the temperature of our city by quite a bit by causing shade. And one that's interesting, they help with noise reduction. I know I live a little ways, about a quarter mile beyond the train, and in the wintertime it sounds like it's coming right through my living room, and in the summertime I can't hear it at all because the trees between me and the train have leafed out, and I can't hear the train anymore. Maybe you have a similar experience with a freeway or something where you can hear it in the wintertime, but you can't hear it in the summertime. Trees also have a very strong economic impact for our city, especially the old growth trees, the large ones. They give our city its character and its flavor. It makes our city a place where we want to open a business, where we want to move, where we want to go to, especially the old growth trees, the 100 or more year old ones where many generations have played underneath the tree and climbed on them and looked at them for generation after generation. All of those benefits that I stated, the water absorption, the temperature reduction, the noise reduction, those are all aggregate benefits. It's all part of the tree canopy. And at this time when we are facing so much development, it's really important that we realize that the developers, they come in, they clear the land, they put in roads and drainage, and they replant the trees. But those trees, it's not that piece of the umbrella is missing, it just hasn't grown yet, right? It is not there yet. So at this time for the next 20 years, it's really important to preserve what tree canopy we have. A tree preservation ordinance is one that will help, it's like a tool that the city staff can use in their tool belt to help preserve trees, the tree canopy. Your subdivision ordinance is one that will state how many trees you have to replant after development is done. Some of your development ordinances will also help you replant the tree canopy, but it's very important to protect the tree canopy so that we have all of those benefits. The tree preservation one is a very important tool that the city staff can use to preserve the character and flavor of our town by preserving the old trees that make us who we are. Put me down as favorable for the ordinance, and I hope that all of you will look upon it favorably as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. So, Brian, you did good. You had 9 seconds left to spare, so you and Garrett must have synced it up. Nope, we're moving on. We're moving on. And Brian was actually just featured in an article about being a colorblind horticulturalist and how that has helped him, be able to look at textures and shapes and look at things differently. So, congratulations for being featured in that article. Next, we have Mary Ann Atkinson. You cut off the O-N right there at the end. So thank you for being here again. You know what to do.
Good evening again, Council. My name is Mary Ann Atkinson. 7425 Jordan Road. I too favor the ordinance for the trees. However, let's lop in not just commercial, but also residential. If somebody wants to build on their own land, I understand. If they have a 100-year tree, let's not let them cut that down. We need to save those trees. 100-year trees, they're just magnificent. The trees along Magnolia over by the old church, they're beautiful. I have a bunch of pine trees that line the front of the house that have been there for probably 50 years. I have no plans of cutting those down whatsoever. We need the trees to help with the wildlife. We need the bees to help with the wildlife. Yesterday, I saw a cottontail. It was about this big. I've never seen one that big. And that is what I want to preserve, the trees, the wildlife. I know nobody likes coyotes, but, you know, they're detrimental. So that, the bobcats, everything. And I just want to let y'all know, again, I'd like to put wildlife in there somehow, but for sure the trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Next, we have Salim Makta. Salim, thank you for being here. If you can just state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes, sir.
Yes, hello, my name is Salim Makta. I'm the owner of the Little Rascals just next door to the City Hall. I'm here to to let you guys know, if you don't know already, is that there has been a Proposition 2 that was approved in the last election, November, that gives relief to the daycare property owners, the tax relief, property tax. Unfortunately, I don't know why, but our city and the county hasn't approved it yet. So I would like this to be this topic to be included in your agenda. If possible, of course, this will help us a lot, because with all these going, everything going high and inflation, we haven't been able to raise our rates, and it's been so hard because we work with, all like families and all that. So this Proposition 2 has been approved by Harris County, the Houston, many other cities, and many other cities all over the Texas. But we found out that it hasn't been yet approved by Brazoria County, and I don't know how much you guys are involved in that. So I wanted to come and give this information to you guys. Maybe you guys can help us on that.
Thank you, Salim.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, we have the last public comments for tonight that's been submitted. So we are coming to the close of our marathon, correct, Councilman Oplager? That's right. That's right. So we now have Deborah Tate. Is Miss Deborah Tate still here? It looks like Miss Deborah has left, so we'll just continue to move forward. Correct, Tammy? Okay. All right, so if Miss Deborah happens to show back up, then we can step back into this so she can have her public comment. But with that, we will conclude our public comment portion of the meeting. We will then move into the city manager update. So Dan, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to give you a couple of construction updates out at Lakery I did it
Lakery.
Every time. Lakery. Here we go. Take 2. Starting out at Acre Lake, the slope paving started, branch construction just got started on that project this week. It's been pretty wet out there, but they were able to get, obviously a lot of concrete trucks, as you know, Council. So that just got started. Rodeo Drive also, we've done some, painted some stop bars and crosswalks, painted the double yellow line, went down Rodeo Drive, right? Yep. And then there's an item on your agenda for later tonight to do some work inside the gated section, so that we need an agreement to do that, to help them out with that. So it's not our responsibility per se, but we've got folks that are lined up to do it, and they would like for us to partner together. The next one, of course, we've already talked about a little bit about it. Public Works and the police station, both of those facilities got a notice to proceed for last Monday, and they are both working in earnest. If you've not driven by them, It is absolutely amazing, especially at the Public Works facility. I mean, both of the slabs have already, or the pads, I should say, are already out there for the two buildings. The Public Works facility, just as a reminder, has a 420 calendar day contract, which would put us till next June. The police station has a 450 calendar day contract, which would put us till next July. I won't divulge, but the guys doing the Public Works facility think that it will be much sooner than June, right? Yes, sir. And then the last one I wanted to mention, we get so many suggestions for improvement, shall we say, that we whenever we get the ones that are sort of an attaboy or an attagirl, as it may be, good job, well done, those kind of things. I'd like to celebrate them since they're so relatively few and far between. Last week I got 2 about the same individual. If that's okay, Mayor, just to go ahead and read these emails. One is from Sue Perkins. She said, I wanted to let you both know, so this was to the mayor and I, that I had some questions about my water bill, and Tristan answered all my questions and even called me to be sure I knew she was working on my questions. My questions were about the new sewer averaging, and she corrected our bill and worked hard to get my questions answered. Just wanted you to know that she went far and above the line of duty today. So that was very good. I was excited to see that one. And then I got another one from Jason Smith, and I emailed with him a little bit today just to make sure it was okay. He's the founder of 33 Elevated, a veteran-owned business. And he said, Mr. Johnson, I hope this message finds you well. I wanted to express my appreciation for the prompt and professional assistance I received from your team last Thursday. After reaching out to the city water department regarding an issue with water pressure, I was pleased with how swiftly your team acted. Tristan was incredibly helpful right from the beginning, and the efficiency in sending Anthony to address the issue at my house was commendable. Both employees showcased true professionalism and a commitment to service that reflects very positively on the city. I work with public and private clients almost daily, and I assure you, your team is working at a high level of customer service. Thank you once again for the outstanding service. So just want to share that with you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you, Dan. That's an exciting update about the Public Works building, which I'm sure we'll be planting some new trees on that property as well. So that's good to hear. Next, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Council, any comments or questions about the consent agenda? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? We have a motion from Councilwoman Sarmiento. We have a second from Mayor Pro Tem Hudson. All those in favor? All those opposed, motion passes unanimously 7-0. Council, with your concurrence, I would like to, before we step into executive session, move up agenda item number 4 and agenda item number 1. For number 1, we have 2 people, it looks like, that are still on the Teams meeting, I believe, that we want to make sure to address that item. And then number 4, we also have a representative here for that. So Council, are you good with us taking action on those? Okay. We'll tackle agenda item number 1 first, because we did receive a presentation from Evan already about it. That way he doesn't have to sit through the executive session as well, which is consideration and possible action to approve the first of 2 readings of ordinance 2024-0-17. Dan or Evan, is there anything else that you would like to add outside of the presentation that was given? Nope. Okay. Council, do you have any comments or questions for Evan or Dan or staff? Okay. Hearing none, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion from Councilman Oplager, and we have a second from Councilman Akery. All those in favor?
And just to be clear, with conditions.
Oh.
With the condition, with the 4 conditions.
Yeah, with the 4 conditions.
With the 4, I'm sorry.
Okay. So we technically, Tammy, Bobby, how do you?
They are. Okay.
This is already in there, so we're good. Okay. All right. You got me nervous there. Okay. So let's just, all those in favor, please raise your, all right. All those opposed, motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for those of you who are hanging out with us on Teams. Next, we will move to agenda item number 4, which is the update by Waste Connections on the CPI rate adjustment. And this is something that is already previously authorized for them to be able to do underneath the franchise agreement. So we will, let me see here. This is number 4. So Tammy, we'll turn this over to you first.
So in your packets, Mayor and council members, Waste Connections did provide a spreadsheet of the current rate with the new proposed rates. It looks like the monthly amount for residential, and correct me if I'm wrong, Zach, is about 95 cents increase for the month, just on residential. but in that spreadsheet, you can see it for the roll-offs as well. And then it is through the Section 8 for the rate adjustment, as it does allow for a CPIU adjustment upon notification from Waste Connections. And Zach is here this evening if you have any questions for him.
All right, thank you, Tammy. Zach, would you like to add anything? You've been sitting here, so want to give you the opportunity.
Yeah, this just goes directly to making sure we can continue to give our people that work for us and serve the community here a good working wage and keep our trucks healthy and safe and relatively clean as they service the community. I guess there's maybe some belief or something that we get 4% richer or something. It's nothing like that. The CPIU is dictated by the government, and then we have the small fuel increase, which is just another measurement that's done and dictated to us, and then the formula we use in the contract. So,
thank you, Zach. And Zach, can you speak to the statement that's right there on your shirt? I love what it says there.
oh yeah, this relationships and results.
I love
so
that.
that's our every year we have a theme. The company has a theme, and this is this year's theme.
That's great. I love it. Well, Council, do you have any comments or questions for Zach? Councilman Lands?
What was the rate increase last year?
4.03. This year was 4.06. Actually, and you may remember last year, there was a time frame where we delivered it to the city, and then by the time I got here, it had actually adjusted down a full percentage point. So we had changed it down to be more representative of the current time frame. This year, it actually went up a little bit to 3.5. I think it was 3.2 in March.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments or questions? Councilwoman Sarmiento?
And this is dictated by the fees that the government sets for this?
The CPIU.
The CPIU?
Yeah, the Consumer Price Index.
Okay, so this has nothing to do with you guys raising the rate because of inflation or anything like that? It's designated by this?
Yes, it's not us. It's not our measurement, it's the government measurement. There's actually 3 other mechanisms by which we can evaluate the rates in the contract. One is operational costs. So that would be more maybe what I think you're getting at. We have operational costs that are more than 3.5% certainly, but it's not something that we feel necessary to justify to increase the rate on. The other big one is landfill fees. We actually recently received an 8% increase at one of the landfills we use. That's not wrapped up in this at all. So just strictly what's dictated for us to operate off of. It is based on inflation, but it's what the government determines the inflation.
So I just want to be clear that we're not just, like, how did we decide? You said 95-cent increase every month on the bill?
Yes, it'll be a 95-cent increase monthly. We bill quarterly here in Manvel.
And we went up from how many cents difference from last year?
It would have been very similar because it was a very similar percentage.
So it was 95 cents last year?
It would have been a little bit less, but yeah, around
So
there.
over 2 years, it's gone up over $1.80?
Yes.
Okay. So are we going to expect to have another dollar increase next year?
It would depend strictly on what inflation is next year.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a little concerning. I mean, $1 a month per household in Manvel is a significant increase time over time over time. So,
I understand.
I mean, I'm just making it aware that I'm not 100% clear on why. And we just had you come a couple months ago and present to us, and we all agreed. And then here we are 2-3 months later, and we're having to vote on another rate increase.
Yeah, that was just for clarification, that was we changed service. So we increased the service in the city. But this would be the first time we spoke about rates since over a year ago. So we can only do it once per year is when we can analyze or look at the rates for a rate adjustment.
Okay.
And Zach, just ask you some questions here.
Sure.
So because your landfill costs increased by 8%, you could also pass that on to our residents.
Per the terms of the contract, we could. We will operationally do something different so that we can be more efficient and not have to worry about that.
You could, but you're not passing on that 8%.
Yeah, correct.
And then you also said that operational costs are increasing well above 3.5%, and you could also put that on our residents, but you're not putting that
Yeah.
3.5+% on the residents.
Correct,
So by
yes.
tying it to inflation, which is the consumer price index, and then also the gas increases, what you're doing is essentially just covering your basic costs to run your business and provide for your employees.
Right, it'll be enough, yes.
Okay. And Councilwoman Sarmiento, just so you know, this is not something that we have the ability to vote on to say yay or nay. They have the ability to do this as it was built into their contract essentially six years ago now.
So technically, they could raise the prices at any point,
They can only do it once a year.
once a year.
Yep, based off of defined metrics, and the metrics that they're using to do this rate increase is far less than what they could if they wanted to.
Okay. I mean, I understand employing and paying payroll. I get it. I get that we have to adjust to the market. But I am concerned that we're going to hear from residents and
Yeah.
we have to send them
No,
away.
Yeah, and what we try to do is bring really good service to the city, and hopefully that mitigates some of the feedback that's negative that you may all get regarding anything price-driven or costs going up. I understand, but we work
I
every
don't
day.
have any negative comments or feedbacks personally. I personally don't have complaints. So I'm okay paying for quality. We may have residents that are not, so I have to be conscientious of that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
And Zach, just a few questions here. So one, whenever we were discussing the contract negotiations back end of last year, beginning of this year, there was no cost increase because of that. Your more frequent service, your including of the additional items, there was no cost increase that you said, okay, if you want to do this, you got to pay us X amount. That was baked into the cake.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Well, we didn't, this increase has nothing to do with any, we've probably taken on more costs ourselves, but it's nothing that we've passed on to the city.
Okay. Two things. One, I would love to see Tammy and Zach and Brooke, if we can work on just putting some information out there on social media, an infographic to explain this and be proactive and being transparent about information. If we can do that, Zach, if you could get some information, work with staff on that. If we could
Sure.
do that before this increase goes into real effect. The other thing is, I heard from a resident actually today about how, the once a week heavy trash pickups is phenomenal things about that. People love that. One of the things I heard is when they went to y'all's website, and it timed up perfectly because you're going to be here tonight, they weren't able to find information about what that weekly schedule looks like. So if you guys can get that updated,
Absolutely.
that'd be great.
It's actively being worked on.
Okay, awesome. I'm glad to hear that. So, all right. I don't have any other questions. Council, any comments, questions? Councilman Lands.
How many new homes have y'all been able to add to your pickup list over the past year? Just roughly?
I would have to, I don't want to guess, but we're around 4,600 homes total. I don't want to speculate, but I can get your number for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, Zach. Appreciate it. All right, council, do I have a motion for agenda item? Well, actually, no, we don't need a motion. It's just an update, so we're good. We'll cross that off. So Zach, appreciate you being here tonight. And council, what we will do now is I'll read out this executive session, and then we will step into the executive session. And we will have, I believe, Joe and Aaliyah joining us. Is that correct? Okay, perfect. So City Council will convene into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney to discuss the following certificate of obligation publication, legal advice on public improvement districts, PID. And we will step into executive session at 7:40 PM. Council will reconvene from executive session at 8:19 PM. Council, I think that was one of our shortest executive sessions in a while, so. Good job on that. All right, we'll now move to the regular agenda. We have agenda item number 2, consideration and possible action to approve ordinance 2024-0-19. This was discussed during the workshop. Do I have any comments or questions from council? Okay, we'll give it, I just realized Councilwoman Sarmiento wasn't in her seat, so we'll give her 1 minute before we take a vote on that. That way, in case she has any comments or questions. I feel like I'm extra loud. Is it just the echo?
It's echoing.
Echo? Echo, echo.
We had somebody saying they couldn't hear, so.
Oh, okay. Just give us 1 second here, y'all. We'll wait for, oh, there she is. All right, Councilwoman. We're about to vote on agenda item number 2, unless you have any comments or questions. No. Okay. So what I'd like to do is make a motion to approve agenda item number 2, ordinance 2024-0-19 for $40 million for the water reclamation facility and the $10 million for the other items. Do I have a second?
I'll make a second.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Hudson will give him the second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 7-0. Joe, Aaliyah, thank you guys for being here. We're down to the final 2. You guys are hanging on there. So agenda item number 3, this is consideration and possible action to approve ordinance 2024-0-20. And for this item, we will turn it over to Rosie.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This transfer is a budget amendment in a 3-part. The first part is we currently had an open position for a permit clerk.
It's the echo that we're hearing.
Yeah, from the permit clerk, and we're planning on closing that position and opening one up in the courts. So basically, because their citations have almost doubled this year in the revenue and citations.
I wrote it down. Went from 75 to 100, so their dock is now 150 to 175 in the same period from this time to last year.
Yeah, they've doubled. I had already checked. And so what I did was we're doing all the transfers from the Community Development Department and moving it over to the Courts Department. That was the first part. The second part is the library's requiring some work on their flooring. So we're moving $2,500 from the building maintenance from admin to the library, from one department to another. The final component is we're transferring in from the fund balance $92,500, and that's to transfer into the capital projects fund. And this one is to cover the extra costs on the water tower, basically the engineering, the testing, and all other services that are required.
All right, thank you, Rosie, for that echoing update. Appreciate that. Council, do we... I love Harry's laugh. Council, do we have any comments or questions? Councilwoman Sarmiento.
I just have a question about the water tower. Weren't we supposed to get together about that and like...
Yep, we will. We will, absolutely.
When?
Well, the first thing was to get the plans completed, the contract completed, get them started, and then they have a long lead time. So we do have that planned. Yes, ma'am. And you're on the list.
Thank you.
And so is the mayor or Erica, right? Yes. Haven't forgot.
Thank you. Happy wife, happy life. Any other comments from council? Okay, I just a few questions here. So I know the initial contract was already $200,000 over what we projected for the EST, and now we're being asked to do another $92.5, I believe. What are we doing to mitigate additional increases, considering this is now almost $300,000 over?
Yes, so what these costs are specifically, there's the welding inspections, there's some specialized inspections that have to occur, and it was in the engineer's original contract, but that's not what was awarded to the design engineer. It was just sort of the first part of it. So this was always going to have to come at some point, but actually Wale was able to really pare it down to exactly what we needed. So I think the original was going to be, what, $250,000 or something? So now it's, where are we at, 90? Yeah, so he was able to pare it down to just the things that we need, but they're needed because we don't have this kind of specialty in-house to look at these specific things.
So these were items that were missed from one contract?
I wouldn't say missed, they were not included. Whenever the original design contract was awarded, it was sort of like, here are the things that are going to be needed for the design, and here are the things that are going to be needed for construction services, and so those just weren't awarded.
Okay, so this was from the very beginning, these
Yes,
weren't
sir.
included. Okay, okay. Perfect, appreciate that. The other item that I had is focusing on the clerk position. What is the root cause analysis that's been done for why we weren't able to fill that position? And I'm completely fine with transferring it over. I understand courts need it, no issue with that. But I know that we also are going to need it in permits as well. And so we haven't filled that position, and we're more than halfway through the fiscal year. What's the reason why we haven't been able to fill that position?
Sure, candidly, for the longest time, it wasn't actually advertised. They weren't sure next door where they were going to put this person. So then our director left, and okay, so we still have an open position. Where are we on this? Well, candidly, permits have slowed down, citations have increased. So that's where the need is right now. So rather than just coming to you and asking you for a mid-year adjustment to add another person, we all talked about it at the department head level, and we felt like this is the best use for the funds right now is to literally just move this position over to where it's truly needed right now. So you're right. At some point, we're still going to need another permits clerk. We have it. I think it's no secret. We're pretty sure that Elaine is retiring at the end of the year, and so that's going to be a position that you can't backfill the institutional knowledge, of course, but we'll backfill that with a permit person as well. So that's a spot that may become more of a worker bee again, another permit person. And then we'll have a manager over all three of them. I have some good news for you, but I can't tell you about it just yet on that specific thing because they still have to go through their physical and everything. But we've got somebody that's going to be joining their team over there.
Teasing us, Dan. You're
Yes, sir.
teasing us.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Well, speaking of people joining the team, I want to get council's consideration of this. I'm fine with approving this tonight, but council, what would you think about at our next meeting, considering that we still have $11.4 million in our unused general fund balance, which is still $4 million over what we had projected? I'd like to see us make a mid-year budget adjustment for 5 positions. I'd like to see us hire a legal assistant to focus on open records, an HR generalist for Chad, an economic development coordinator that would be paid for by the EDC, an executive assistant to help out Dan Johnson, actually 6 positions, a public information officer for police, and then also hiring somebody for a parks person. I think we have the money that's there. We've talked about these positions for a while. And council, if you're open to it, we can put something on our next agenda to actually consider that. I think these are all much needed positions that we've played around with, and we have the money that's there, and I think it's up to us to decide whether or not we want to pull the trigger, running a cost analysis as well. Would love to get your comments and feedback on that.
100% agree on every single one. I didn't know we had a surplus of what we budgeted by $4 million. And so that is something we absolutely have to do. I strongly believe in supporting our leaders. And when we are running on fumes, things get missed, things get dropped. We are growing. Our city needs to not be reactive, but we need to be proactive, be responsible for the growth. I'm for it. And in addition to that, I heard what Manager Dan said about moving the clerk position because we have an immediate need as of now for the police department. But what was it? Courts. Sorry, courts. I just citations, police, courts. Okay. I still don't want to wait. I heard you say that Elaine is going to retire by the end of the year, which is news to me and maybe some other council members. But in most businesses, as you would know with your seasoned experience, we can't get someone in and wait until then. We have 6 months notice to get someone in, get them trained up so that there are no gaps felt with our consumers, our customers, our residents. So I just want to figure out, I know we needed to move the money there for citations, but I don't want to close that opportunity either. So, and is there any other positions that you think we could add to the list of the 6 that Mayor is recommending while we're here?
Well, council,
Robbie?
if you're open to it, I want to make sure that we don't necessarily just start putting people necessarily on the spot. But if you guys are good with it, if you're open to it, if we can have a discussion item at our next agenda
Yeah.
to make sure that we can talk about that a little bit more broadly. I just wanted to make sure to broach it tonight. If you guys are good with that, that way it gives staff as well time to prepare and to make sure that the way we're interpreting the budget is actually what the actual numbers truly represent. I know Rosie and Tammy have been chatting over there, and so I'm not saying we make any changes to the budget amendment tonight, but I want to make sure that we've talked about how we need these staffing positions. And as council, one of our goals that we've been talking about in our strategy sessions has been supporting our employees, because as we help our employees be successful, our community is successful. And if these numbers are being interpreted correctly, we have a phenomenal opportunity to do something. Council, you good with that? Okay. Gila?
So you said the administrative assistant?
Administrative assistant, yeah.
Would that be under whose leadership? Dan? Okay, and we discussed previously also something assistant for Bobby? So it'd be for both
Paralegal.
of them?
It would probably be two separate. One would be an executive assistant that would help council, would help Dan, would help some in that aspect, kind of almost like how Chief has Michelle, as an
Right,
example.
right.
But then Bobby needs somebody, the fact that he did 238 open records requests, not to be blunt here, Bobby, we don't pay you to do open records requests. That is not, the fact that your time is being taken up with that, I view your time as, I'll just say, much more valuable than doing open records requests. And so that's why I would see them as being two separate, because they keep two separate expertise.
But in that group of 6 is one for Bobby?
Okay, I would hope so. Thank you for that clarification, Councilman.
Landscaper.
Hmm?
And a landscaper.
Oh, landscaper. All right. Council, any other specifically about this ordinance here? If we have no more further questions or comments, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Hudson. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilman Acree. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 7-0. We took care of agenda item number 4 earlier, so we will now move on to agenda item number 5, which is consideration and possible action to approve the Second Amendment to the Interlocal and Development Agreement between the City of Manvel, Texas and Brazoria County Municipal Utility District Number 43. And Dan, Manager Dan, we'll give this one over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. My computer's deciding not to come back on. So this is an update to, I guess, the second update to the development agreement with MUD 43, which is Del Bello Lakes. These changes are somewhat minor. We thought about handling this with an MOU, but Bobby and I guess their attorney, we kind of worked through this last week and decided to do it as a Second Amendment. This is just kind of writing some what's the best way to word this? Manvel Parkway is a big part of their project, right? The extension of Manvel Parkway to the north. And they've had some, as I think the mayor knows, and maybe a couple of y'all know, there's some significant hiccups trying to get that project across the finish line because the finish line has moved, literally. The northern part of their property is a drainage district that BDD4 owns and operates. And BDD4 has decided they need more right-of-way through there, more easement that goes further to the north. Well, the obligation of this developer is to go to the other side of the ditch, of course, right? We don't want a bridge just stopping out in the middle of space. Well, now they don't own to the northern part of that canal anymore. So they can't build a bridge on someone else's property. The property to the north is Wyszynski's property. So we're working with them as well. But this is just kind of catching up with all of these little things. And the reason this is important is because we need to be able to get to the elevated storage tank, the new one, with a water line across Bill Wyszynski's property. He's working on, we should have those, I think, next meeting, as far as easements to actually get over there with a water line and a temporary construction easement. So there are a lot of things. Just this is kind of tidying up some I guess understandings that we've had with the developer to get this project back on track, quite frankly.
All right, thank you, Dan. Any comments or questions from council? Do I have a motion for this agenda item?
Make a motion
We have a
to
motion
approve.
from Mayor Pro Tem Hudson. Councilman Lance, can I get a? We got a second from Councilman Lance. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to agenda item number 6, we'll then turn this one over to Robbie, and then Bobby will keep you busy for the next few agenda items. We have consideration and possible action to approve a funding agreement between the City of Manvel, Texas and Rodeo Palms Community Association, Inc. to provide the terms between the city and association with regards to the city painting certain lanes and street markings on the street by the entrance to the gatehouse in Rodeo Palms subdivision. Good sir, what do you have for us?
The HOA approached me about putting some street markings down on the road in front of the gated section. And so come to find out we had to get like a contract deal set up. So once Bobby give me the green light, we're going to go over there and knock that out.
And like Robbie said, because it's a private gated part, it really wasn't the city's responsibility, but we had the means to do it to help them out. And if we got reimbursed, then the taxpayers wouldn't be out anything. So it was I think the estimate's $540.
It's like $13.
It's a minor amount, but I suggested it's worth putting it on paper to memorialize this because we just don't want them writing a check and us invoicing them. Let's go ahead and formalize it. So that's why you have a simple funding agreement.
All right.
Recommend approval.
All right, thank you, Bobby. And Robbie, I think you'll get here very soon, the green light. Just a few questions, and then we'll open up to council. I know in 3.03 of the agreement, the dollar amount's blank. Do we need to provision a specific dollar amount for that?
Well, I was waiting on the approval of the estimate. I got it on Friday, and I forwarded it around to make sure everybody was okay with it. And I didn't hear any objections, so I think we're going with raise estimate, right?
It's $913. He was supposed to send that back to you.
Yeah, I was going to recommend that we just put it not to exceed $1,000.
Yeah.
Okay. That's first I heard of that, but we could change the wording in the agreement to say that.
Okay, yeah, we can make an amendment to the agreement specifically for that. So we'll make an amendment here not to exceed 1,000 for 3.03. Okay. And then is there a scope of services specifically for this of what that not to exceed $1,000 is going to entail? And the reason why is I want to make sure that the HOA has a specific understanding of the duties that we're going to perform and that anything outside of those duties will require an amendment to this agreement. So do we have a scope of services that we'll be able to provision to them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. The other thing is I also would like to see a change made within Article 4 specifically, and this is regarding 4.02. In order to make sure that there's no disputes or ambiguity about when the association receives the invoice, I'd like to see it changed that they shall pay it 30 days from the date of invoice issued. That way it's very clear as to the date that we issued it, and then they have 30 days to pay it upon actually it being issued. I'm not sure, staff, if you guys have any concerns about that. That's what I'm always familiar with. That way there's no debates or issues with, oh, well, I received it here compared to there, and it just avoids all of that. Any issues with that from a staff level? Okay. Council, what do you guys think about that? Any issues with that? It would be a net 30 upon issuance. Okay.
Fair.
So before we make these two amendment motions and then the main motion, any comments or questions from council regarding this agreement? Okay. Hearing none, what I'll do is I'll make a motion to amend the agreement, section 4.02, to change it to say association shall pay invoice within 30 dates of the invoice issued date. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman Acree. All in favor of that amendment? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. I'd also like to make an amending motion for section 3.03 for it to read the rough cost, or what would be the proper language that you guys would like to see this read here? For the work is not to exceed $1,000. Okay, so we'll make an amendment motion to say the approximate cost for the work is not to exceed $1,000. Do I have a second for that? We have a second from Councilman Acree. All those in favor? All right, motion passes unanimously, 7-0. So now we have the agreement before us as amended. What I'll do is I will make a motion to approve the agreement as amended. Councilman Perry, can you give me a second for that?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. All right, thank you, everyone. Good to go, staff? We're tracking there? Awesome. All right, guys, agenda item number 7, and then we'll be passing this one over to Bobby. Is consideration and possible action to approve a signal and crossing surface license agreement between the City of Manvel and BNSF Railway Company. What do you have for us, Bobby?
Well, this has to do with the Clark Road Bridge and TxDOT's bridge replacement program, I guess. Is that what it's called, Dan? Or and it has to be adjusted slightly because of the turn, and we got some additional property from Meridiana. To make a long story short, it involves us having to get involved with the signal and crossing of the railroad, and the railroad won't let us touch it unless we sign an agreement with them.
Yeah, but this one's about Iowa Lane. So the Iowa Lane Bridge is also being replaced, and that's the one, if you drive south on Iowa Lane and you hit the railroad tracks, and we've had a couple of trucks. So this is the one where, while we were working with TxDOT, we just asked them, any chance you could fix, the bridge is great, but the real problem is the railroad, so they had to kind of expand their project, which is fantastic. It really is. So once it's all said and done, we're not going to have that crazy steep slope like we do. But, right.
That's right by Pistol, correct?
Yes, exactly. So, but the railroad crossing, and we saw this with the Meridiana Bridge as well, we have to get involved in it because it's in our city. So I guess maybe it's a way to make sure that we know what's going on. So anyway. Sorry to hijack it, but I just want to make, there's two different projects. So.
I just got the agreement, and okay, we went through about, 6 different versions of it, because the guy from TxDOT just, it's kind of bizarre. So anyway, we got it in a place for now where we can recommend approval, please. Before they change their mind.
Before we change their mind, let's get it locked in. All right. Thank you, Bobby and Dan, for that tag team. Council, any comments or questions? Hearing none. Councilwoman Sarmiento, can I get a motion?
You just took it out of my mouth. And I want to make a motion to approve that agreement.
All right, we got a motion from Councilwoman Sarmiento, a second from Councilman Acree. All those in favor? All right, all those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. We'll now move on to agenda item number 8, and this is going to be for Bobby. Consideration and possible action to decline the default increase in rates for the 2024 CPI adjustments, we got CPI again, to municipal telecommunications right-of-way access line rates. Wow, that's a mouthful. All right, Bobby.
Okay, we all are familiar with electric and gas utilities that pay us a franchise fee, which is a percentage of what they make. This is the telecom people, and they pay us for the right-of-way in a different manner. It's not based on a franchise fee. They have a state franchise, quote unquote, that it's got deregulated or more regulated, in my opinion, by the state in 1999. And they pay the city a set fee for the right-of-way calculated on this big formula. It's like your wages. It's a set. This is what you're going to make forever. But they built into it, well, that fee that you're going to make forever gets bumped up with the cost of living, the CPIU, every year. And we'll pay the city a little bit more money every year that we collect. Okay, it's automatic, but there's a provision in there that says if the city wants to decline this raise, so to speak, based on the CPIU, then the city can decline that. So it works a lot differently than just the standard 2%, 5% for forever. It's a set fee, and I don't know how much, Rosie, maybe you know how much the telecom people get us. $200,000 a year, that's what you're going to get for us using a right-of-way. That's all we get every year. Okay, but next year it goes up by the CPIU, so maybe next year is 2005, and then after that it's 2017, and after that. So they give us a little more money based upon, in the statute itself, based upon the cost of living. Now we've gotten their annual letter, it's in the packet, it's default, it's going to be an increase, 2.2484%, up from the 2023 payment. So it's just over 2% of an increase. And that's what they're saying is based upon the CPIU. So we thought council, might be interesting for you to find out how we get paid from the telecom people, and also to say, do you want to give the city that it's statutory raise or decline it, which has the effect it might make the telecom services 20 cents cheaper per dollar than, for the residents. Because what they do, of course, whatever they pay us, they're just going to collect it and charge the residents more, or the users more. For that reason only, we decided, well, I think council should, weigh in on this. They actually told us you don't need to take this to council, just have, I guess, like the city manager make the decision. I think that's the way it's been done in the past, frankly. Dan says, no, this is good for informational and also for council to weigh in. How do you feel about this? We're being paid for our right-of-way. Do you want to get the slight increase based upon inflation? Or do you want to decline that this year? If you want to decline it, you have to take action. If you want to just let go through by default, you don't really have to do anything. So it's for your feedback and entertainment, really.
Appreciate that overview, Bobby and Dan. Thank you for being transparent and bringing this before us. For this being one of the first times to see it, I know since I've been on council, it speaks volumes to what we're doing here. So appreciate that. Council, any comments or questions or feedback? Councilwoman Sarmiento.
I think it's good in one regard that we get to collect more money, given the cost of everything, right? However, now that you've opened the can of worms and given us an option to say, no, don't raise it on the residents, that's kind of like, now that's out there. However, there's a lot of other entities. I don't know if it's, our gas and electric, how they're responding to this, because they just raised their rates. That's just how it is. And then I don't know what the rate is. I used to know it in telecom 20 years ago, but it's not a very big one. It's like cents on the dollar. If maybe we could have our bill, the city bill, and kind of look at what percentage is going towards that to kind of get a harder feel for like, hey, it might go up 2 cents. Okay, that's not detrimental, but is it going to go up $1? Which it won't, right, for most businesses and residents here in Manvel. But it would be good to see what those numbers are just so we can make an educated decision, since you opened up Pandora's box.
Being transparent.
So, Councilwoman Sarmiento, your ask is to maybe table this for tonight to get more information to have it come back forward?
Yeah, I like that. I like having just more information. If we can get, maybe just a copy, just so we have an educated decision based on, okay, here's.
We need to, if we're going to decline, it has to be done by April 30th. They gave us a really short fuse on this, so we really don't have much time to be able to do that, unfortunately.
Yeah, we won't have time before the next meeting.
So we don't have time to table it. Okay, well, I guess we can just shoot in the dark and say, is it an increase to them? It's only 2%?
Just over 2%.
It's
correct.
2% increase. The average home with internet and, if they use phone service is probably between $50 and $100. So.
It's not based on the 2% of your bill. It's based on the 2% of the statutory fee, which is a result of this big formula. I couldn't even begin to explain it, but they take how many lines do you have in your city that are being used by different end users, how many, linear feet of right-of-way, and there's this huge equation, and we get that set fee. Like I said, I can't tell you what that number is, but it's just that fee is going to be raised 2%, not 2% on the whole bill.
Okay, so just the fee. And so when we look at the fee, sometimes it's like 79 cents. So
Yes.
it's 2% on that.
Correct.
The franchise fee, from my recollection, is it's minimal. It's pennies on the dollar. So I don't know. In the grand scheme of things, how much more would we be making?
Well, if I could, Mayor, we talked about the CPI adjustment with Waste Connections, and that was 4%. So we approved. The
state's not letting us get the whole thing.
Yeah, this one's only half. I guess you could look at it that way. This one's only a 2% increase.
And it's just a confirmation for that. We're not providing any sort of level of service with this. It is just revenue that we would then collect. We would collect a little bit more that ultimately gets passed down to the ratepayers, essentially. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Question.
Councilman Lance.
Just thinking on the other side of this, so say if we do turn this down, we don't want a rate increase. I mean, what's the guarantee they're not going to increase the rates anyway to the citizens?
Well, they might increase the rest of their bill, but they can't increase, or they won't be able to increase the state statutory amount that they pay us for right-of-way, which is one of those little things on your bill that, further on down.
Right.
But they can still raise their, rates, and if you've ever had Comcast and AT&T, they are
Chances
not
are they're
shy
going
about
to.
doing that.
Yeah.
So.
They're already raising them.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments or questions from council? All right. Do any council members want to make a motion to either accept or decline the rate increase. I guess probably, well.
It really, they framed it this way, not me, but they said if you were going to decline, then you need council action, or you need to say that.
So it's probably
Otherwise, it's
good to make a
automatic.
motion to decline.
Correct.
And then if you are in favor of declining, vote for the motion. But if you are against declining and you want to see the rate go up, then vote against it.
It's counter Bobby Gervais.
I know.
Everything's counter.
It's-
Man, that's confusing. Does that make sense?
Say it again, Mayor, say it again.
Okay, so we need to, I will make a motion to decline the rate increase. If you want to decline the rate increase, you vote in favor of the motion. If you want to see the rate increase go into effect, you vote against the motion.
Which means the city gets,
More money. Correct.
which could
Because we're
be,
trying to decline it
which could be.
Okay, so everybody on the same page?
Yes.
Clear as mud? All right. I will make a motion to decline the default increase in rates.
Second.
We have a second for that motion from Councilman Lands. All those in favor of declining the default increase in rates, raise your hand. How many hands did we have raised? No. Ask your question.
If we decline it, we're not getting more money.
Correct.
And the ratepayers will not get an increase potential.
Correct.
Okay, I guess I've got it.
Okay, so all those in favor of declining the rate increase, raise your hand. Okay. All those opposed to declining the rate increase, raise your hand. All right, so the motion to decline the rate increase passed unanimously, 7-0.
Yeah, we won't get more money.
So what that means is that that small portion of the bill, that's the statutory portion of the bill, is going to stay the same. The ratepayers might see an overall increase because of other line items, but the amount that would go to the city is not going to increase.
Right, any increase has nothing to do with us then.
Yeah, but it's not our fault that their bills go up.
So we save the citizens money.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like 20 cents.
All right.
Yeah.
We will now move on to agenda item number 9. This is consideration and possible action to direct staff on a tree preservation ordinance as requested by Councilmember Lands and Councilmember Acree. So I will turn it over to the two councilmen.
Okay. So this is definitely going to be a subject that's going to take a lot of work, back and forth, and what can we do, what can't we do. It is important, I think, that at least on city property, for sure, that we do our best in the future to try to work around existing trees, especially trees of any substantial size. We kind of failed on that part with the new Public Works facility, and I feel bad about that. Personally, I think I should have caught that earlier, and I did not see the drawings, or I think I would have caught that, and we maybe had a little bit of a change, but going forward, we can learn from our mistakes, and on city property, government property, we can try to do our best to work around existing trees. On commercial property, I think we could probably try to sway developers to work around existing large trees if they're on the property. Maybe come up with some incentives for them to do such. The idea that a lot of people do is like, okay, you cut down a tree that's 5 foot in diameter, will you replace it with 10 trees that are 1 foot in, or how many trees in smaller diameter? I think possibly we may look at, maybe advantageous to look at increasing the requirement of that. If you're going to cut down a 5 foot diameter tree, you're going to have to replace a lot more. It's going to be a higher expense on your part to cut down that big tree. Yeah, you can cut it down, but for the benefit of the trees, and like all the people that spoke tonight, there is going to be a cost connected to that. Like Mary Ann mentioned about trees on personal property, that one I I don't think we can really touch. I mean, if someone owns their property and they have a big oak on there and they want that tree down, that is very unfortunate that homeowner, landowner wants to do that. But this is America, and they have the right, I think, to cut down their own tree.
The school district.
That would fall under government, to me. You know, that's,
Yeah, I would think so.
you know,
But that's where a lot of oak trees are.
yep, yep.
Old ones, too.
So, how do you put something together with that kind of format, you know? It's an ordinance, but to me, it's an awareness. That's what we need. We're missing the awareness of, hey, we have this tree here. We need to do our best to preserve it and let that be part of our design criteria, or when we go through a development layout stage, say, you know, a bulletin point, trees, is there trees there? Just make it an awareness issue, I think would be a big help.
Sure. So the existing tree ordinance has some of those components, but it's very soft. And what I mean is it says preservation required of trees located in any public street right-of-way must be preserved and may not be removed without the prior written approval of the zoning official. Okay, that's great in the right-of-way. But protection of existing trees that are to be protected, the protection and retention of existing trees, good grief, I just lost it. Here it is, I'm sorry. B, this is 7744-1B. Where appropriate, new development should be located to take advantage of existing mature trees. So the should is the wiggle every time, of course. So, or what, right, or else. So, you know, we can, some cities like League City, for example, Pearland, you know, they require an arborist, a certified arborist on every development that comes in. It's counter what we're trying to do as far as, you know, to encourage development. So we just have to be careful, I guess. It's a slippery slope is all I'm trying to say. So maybe you know, you can come up with a certain caliper, a certain type. You know, anything over this requires this. You could have some provisions in there where instead of just one-to-one replacement, you know, if it was a 10-inch caliper tree, you replaced it with 5 2-inches, well, maybe it's 2-to-1. Maybe you have to replace twice as many calipers as you removed, you know. So I've seen lots of different things. It's really just what council's, you know, the overall council's leaning, I guess, on this. It is as varied as you can possibly imagine. I mean, I bet there are no two the same. In all honesty, and that's not a cop out. They're just, it's very city specific. It's just what is important. I've seen some that if the caliper is over X, then, and it doesn't matter if it's a tallow tree, then it has to stay. A tree is a tree, you know. Some cities look at it that way.
Well, Manager Dan, what I would like to offer up for Councilman Lands and Councilman Acree is to kind of what we've done with other ordinances, changes to the sign ordinance and others, to draft what something might look like, and then present that draft to council. That way we would have something tangible to discuss. My initial thoughts are city property. I think we can be very hard and firm with city property. When you start talking about other governmental entities, I think you have to look at that closely to how you would do for commercial businesses. And the reason why I would group that in with commercial businesses and our ability to regulate trees is we have some of that. For example, you have to plant trees if you're developing commercially, but there's a public use that's provided by the business. It's not strictly for private use. But to speak to what Manager Dan said, and I like the way that you framed it, Councilman Lands, as a way to have some requirements, but also incentivize it as well. And I think that's a way that we can still encourage development while not making sure that we are hindering some development, where there could be an appeal process that, you know, if they want to, they say there is a tree that for whatever reason would be within our ordinance as it has to stay as a requirement, but it's detrimental to the necessary development of that land. I want to make sure that we would have a conversation there. But I would agree with you, Councilman Lands, as well. Private property, I think we stay off of the private property. If you want to pull an Adrian Gaspar and go in and cut down all the trees on your property because he doesn't like the tree ordinance, shoot, you can go ahead and you can do, I don't know if you guys heard that, but when it was discussed previously, he went out and bought 2 chainsaws, went on his property and cut down all the trees on his property to make a statement. Hey. When did you do that? That was 2018, I think, something like that. Yeah. But it's his private property. If you want to do it, you want to do it. So I would agree with you, Councilman Lands, on that. I understand the sentiment, but I think I like the way that Mr. Wilmer explained it, is about we have so many trees that are being planted now, and the nice thing about the trees being planted by certain developers, not Servell, but some of the other ones, is they're being built in such a way that they'll last for an incredibly long time. But we have a gap where those trees are maturing, and we can't just see all of these other trees begin to be cut down, because then there's a gap in this canopy. So I'm excited about some of the ways that Hillwood and Meridian and others have been approving their trees. Hillwood saved that big, beautiful tree right there off of Croy Parkway, and they're already having people that are going there and taking family photos and graduation photos. So if there's a balance that can be struck between still encouraging what we're going towards while also protecting the natural beauty that we have, I think there is a balance that can be struck there where we can be more specific, just like with parkland. Developers can get around having parkland by doing green space around a detention pond. That is not parks, but the way our ordinance reads, that is an allowable park, which is why Lakeland does not have any park space. So those are my thoughts, my 2 cents. I'd like to actually see something physical in hand and what that might look like. And we'll go to, do you want to go first or turn it over to him? Okay. We'll go to Manager Dan, and then we'll go to Councilwoman Sarmiento.
Just one other thing I was going to mention. So right now, the only time that a tree survey is required is on a PUD. So quite frankly, whether it's BBG or, we're reviewing these plans in-house, unless you were to just go out and drive the full acreage, if, maybe you couldn't even see the back 50 acres or something, so you wouldn't even know that those were there. So the first step would be we would have to make them, we would have to require a tree survey to show us every tree over, pick a caliper of these every hardwood or whatever it may be. So that's probably the 2 components. One, we would need to see those because we don't require them right now. And surveyors do charge, a premium for that, but they're the only ones that are going to, in most cases, going to have the wherewithal to get out on a wooded site, for instance, or whatever, and drive around and keep track of where those are at with the GPS and everything. But so it's kind of that, and then the next part would be perhaps some incentives.
So that was one of my questions, was how would we even know that a developer, like, for instance, the big one everyone knows is Manvel Town Center. We saw deer go through there. It was just full of beautiful trees and wildlife. And how would we know? That's the first question. We don't know. So there would have to be something in place for that. The second thing is, I think that what we're trying to preserve, and I might be wrong, is not every tree, but the big, beautiful ones that have character and have history. And I can just imagine if, a developer goes into, acreage and they want to just bulldoze everything down, maybe we can come up with an idea to say, if you tear down, a 50-year tree to a 100-year tree, then you have to replace it with something. But I'll be real honest. This is just an opinion, and it's my point of view. I struggle when I go through Pearland because the way they did it, from my understanding, and I might not have this correct, but for every tree that was taken down, you have to plant 2 or 3 or something like that. That doesn't mean that you plant the same caliber of tree, and now you have trees that are about 10 to 15 years old blocking the signage to some of the areas. I'm like, gosh, I can't see what is back there. So I get that you want these trees, but now they're growing in odd spaces just to say, hey, we planted trees. So if we move forward with the tree ordinance, I would be on board with Mayor Dan to come up with a strong idea of what do we really want? What are we looking to achieve? And then also, do we want to just preserve, the character of and the livelihood of these older trees rather than the small ones? I mean, honestly, do I care? Sorry, it's going to make some people upset. Not sorry. But really, we want to preserve the big, beautiful trees that bring character, that bring protection, that bring the wildlife. And then we can maybe fill in with some filler trees. But I think that this is an opportunity for us to really stick to what we believe in, which is preserving Manvel, our beautiful trees, but yet still find the middle ground to bring developers in to say, hey, we want you to come, but we also want you to find a way to work with us and maybe speak with MEDC. We also have an incentive for you because we care so much about our trees. So just some ideas. I really love the idea of I hate having more regulations. However, this one's an important one, and I think we can use it to the best of what do we want to be known for in Manvel? Maybe our trees, right? We're off to a good start.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I love that, Councilwoman, and I tell people a lot because I moved around 20 times in my life before we settled in Manvel, and it's a place that we've planted our roots, and it's where we are raising our family. And when I see some of the beautiful, gorgeous trees, I love that we're able to preserve the 3 beautiful trees that are in front of the police station. And that just, every time I drive past those, I think about this is where my kids and my family have planted our root and how much I appreciate that. So, Councilman, I love that you guys brought this forward. Councilman Lance, before we turn it over to you, I just want to see if Councilman Oplager or Hudson or Perry, if you guys have any comments that you'd like to add.
No, just that we should move forward. You saw my hometown. There are literally trees in the middle of the street and wherever, but because of preserving them. And even for me, I shared a story where I remember being 4 years old and going with my father and grandfather to get these oak trees to plant in front of a new house. Even though we don't own that house, I pass it, and those 50-something-year-old trees, there are kids playing under them. So, you've planted something that somebody else is going to enjoy in the future, even if you're not enjoying that shit.
I thought those trees were only like 20 years old because you're 24 or something like that,
Yeah,
right?
I wish. I wish. But no, so we should definitely explore it.
Thank you, Councilman Perry.
So my only thought about the trees is, especially in the developments, like if you look at Bighorn, they planted oak trees right under the telephone lines. So in about 5 years, they're going to be very, very ugly. I promise you. I mean, they are.
Well, and Councilman, I appreciate you bringing that up because we had a citizen that reached out to Tammy, who then passed along to me that was a concern that they had as well, is when you require the planting of trees to make sure it's not underneath the power lines.
Right,
So
it's
great.
it doesn't make any sense. You got to have an oak tree, and there they went, right? And it doesn't make any sense. So if we're going to do something, you got to have something make sense and say, if you're going to have to plant a tree, everybody, oak trees are great, but don't plant it under a telephone line. Plant a crepe myrtle. That's a native tree.
That's good feedback, Councilman. Councilman Hudson, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
No more than we probably do need some type of ordinance just to have on the books to be able to make sure we preserve some of the trees. I know I have on my property, there's some big ones there, but you can't really push some of the commercial buildings. You have to have something in place. And that's good, if we can come up with something.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Lands, back to you.
Okay, I do agree that it would be an added step to any development to say, okay, we're doing our retention, we're doing our parking, we're doing sewer, water, but now we got to do trees. It is an added item that they're going to have to do. But like Councilwoman Sarmiento said, if the trees that they do plant, we got to make sure that, okay, it's not at the intersection or whatever else. So maybe there's a drawing, okay, this big oak tree, this 50-year-old oak tree is coming out. Okay, well, this is our replacement trees, and they're indicated on the drawing where the replacement trees are. Is that a bad extra step to have? And then we can look and say, okay, well, that's in the way of this intersection. That's in the way of, blocking signs or whatever. At least we can have an input on where that new tree is going to go. Not a demand, but a sway. Work together with the developers, going forward. Okay, if that big tree's got to go, then let's see where the new ones are going to replace it. Just a thought.
Yeah, that's good. I like that, Councilman.
Or if I might. Or if you have to cut down a big quality tree, then don't come in and put 2 little twigs that are 10-gallon oaks. Like maybe invest the money and buy a bigger oak so that it has some substance. In our development, our community, We know we bought our house, like, oh, you get 2 oak trees or 2 pines. And I'm like, yeah, they're a twig. By the time they're grown and full and beautiful, the neighborhoods have no character. There's no shade. It just doesn't feel homey. So it is a benefit to say, if you're going to pull down these big, beautiful oak trees, we don't want you to just plant twigs. You're going to have to plant something of substance in its place wherever you want, just not under certain places, that makes your property look good and appeasing to client. An incentive, yeah. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
One thing I forgot. I don't know how much of an impact it will have, but it may help also sway even some of the commercial developers if we shed light upon the ecological impact that it'll have, because, the ecology is built upon layers, and those trees are a part of it. So, I don't know how in-depth we would go into it, but just to show how it would benefit us or negatively impact us if we're not keeping a certain ratio of those older trees in place.
So I think this is all really good feedback. One other suggestion I'll throw out there to consider is we do need to make sure that there are going to be unique situations where our ordinance says one thing, but when you get boots on the ground, it's not practical. And so as long as there is an avenue that business owners or developers can pursue to come before us and make adjustments as needed, we want to make sure that it's flexible with that. Dan, it looks like we might have another DCM change coming up in the future there. But as we continue to walk down this path, we'll explore that. One thing I'd like to also consider, if there's a way to do it within this ordinance, that if there is a big, beautiful 25, 30-year-old oak tree that might need to be cut down, if we can preserve the trunk, and then that can be used, I talked about it with Dan some, be used to do benches or to do tables or to do plaques or to do something, to reuse that, I think is a beautiful thing. I was thinking about, I'll just throw it out there, if we can get one of those trees that we cut down to do a bench right over here between City Hall, I'm going to say it, we get a beautiful mural painted, we get the flag drop-off box, and then and the mural could have a big tree on it, and then you have, wood that's from one of these trees that were cut down, and I just think there's an opportunity that somebody that I know said it beautiful once. They said, trees live and trees die. But after they die, they can still be used. That's not the end of their life. And so how can we reuse them so that way they continue to have purpose and meaning and value, and there's a sentimental attachment to it. But what I'd like to, we'll turn it over to you, Dan, just to see if you have anything else. I think the next step from here, though, would be you two councilmen sitting down, talking with Dan and the team, setting up a meeting, putting pen to paper, coming back before council with a draft, and then we can talk about the merits of that draft a little bit more. Anything else to add, Dan? Okay. Councilman, since you requested, are you guys good with that approach? You guys got some good feedback?
I like it.
All right. That was a good item. Good discussion, guys. So we'll now move on to agenda item number 10. Councilwoman Sarmiento, I know that you might have something to run off to. Do you want to discuss this tonight or table it until our next meeting?
No, I'm good. I still have 35 minutes.
All right, you got some time. Okay, so this is consideration and possible action to direct staff on creating a checklist for new businesses. I'll introduce this item and then we'll turn it over to Councilwoman Sarmiento to say a few words. So we had a meeting probably about 3 weeks ago or so with the Business Advisory Task Force and as well as with some EDC members. And one of the ideas that came out of that we've been playing around with for a while is if you're a new business owner, as a way to help them out, coming in and they have a checklist or a how-to manual, knowing that there's unique situations for every business. But what are the main things that they should consider? What are the documents that they're going to need to come before they have a pre-development meeting with the city? What are some of the high-level standard milestones that they have to hit in the process so they know what to work towards, know what to strive towards? And so this came up from some business members as something they see that would be great. And we've talked about it behind the scenes some, and I know that right now we are overworked and understaffed. And so wanted to put this on the agenda to see, one, what are council's thoughts on this? What are staff's thoughts on this? And then how can we work together to put this in place, working with our EDC, working with the Business Advisory Task Force, as this is something that would provide a lot of value to the new businesses that are coming and hopefully avoid some frustration that business owners have expressed. Councilwoman Sarmiento, is there anything you would like to add?
Yeah. Thank you for that. I think this topic has been a long time coming, definitely a little over a year. Being the fact that I've had the the honor and privilege to be front and center with these business owners and potential business owners that want to come to Manvel. So we have this, how would I say it? This friction. We want to grow. We want Manvel to grow. We want to be appeasing to businesses, but then we have an array of ordinances, and there's a process that, for some reason, makes it extremely difficult to do business in Manvel or even want to. And so the common theme of topics when I have the business roundtable, which is on my own accord, it's not part of the city, it's something that I do as a promise to our citizens, is, oh my gosh, I didn't feel wanted. And I know things have changed. I'm just going to clarify that. This isn't an indictment on anybody here in the city or services that they've had since we've been in office. But in the past, those were some of the things that were brought to our attention is we don't feel wanted. Why is it so easy to go to our neighbors and pay a nominal fee of something less than $200 and be able to open up shop easy within weeks? And I understand that ordinances were written by previous councils to protect and preserve what and how we attracted businesses. With that being said, I think that we are beyond that. We're at a place where we want the businesses to come, and they are coming. So what can we do as a city, as an organization, to really bring that spirit of excellence and welcomingness? Maybe not every business is fit for Manvel. Okay, well, here's how you figure that out. We'll save you some time. Here's a checklist. If you are in this category business, here's the things you're going to need along the way. Because one of the things that I heard from local small businesses was it felt like they had to jump through hoops just to pull information of, hi, I want to open up a business. Okay, well, did you submit this? Well, I don't know what that is. Well, here you go. And they had to go out on their own and figure it out and then come back, turn it in, only to be slapped with something else, go figure it out. Oh, now I have to have this thing done. Oh, plus that's going to cost you $50,000. And so it's like running in circles, and any business owner that wants to come to Manvel that's going to bring a value, we want to make it easy. It's the same approach as servitude and service. They may not be the right fit for Manvel, but what can we do to facilitate our employees who will handle that business to save them time? How many times do we get a request that says, oh, they don't understand that they just need to draw on a piece of paper and mark the X of where their whatever is. But nobody takes the time, or maybe they are now, I'll digress on that, but nobody was taking the time to really say, hey, let me help you out for a second, right? So with that being said, what we would like to do is maybe create an online portal, something, how to do business, like Gina from the Brazoria Hispanic Chamber of Commerce said, how does one do business with Manvel? How does one do business in Manvel? Here's what you need. Print this off. Here's the 5 things you're going to need before you even come to apply. Make sure you have your ducks in a row. Why are we doing the work for them? Because, gosh, you only do it once, and you save yourself a lot of time, and we appear friendly, right? Excellent. Me and Dan, manager Dan, have talked about this. I have a goal, an idea. Manvel's open for business, and we love our residents, and we love you. I don't feel loved when I'm being rejected and not told why, right? It's just being more, how can we operate with the best Chick-fil-A, right, service where we may not be the ones for you, but we're going to make it easy. And we're going to make you feel welcomed, and we're going to give you as much information up front to help you save time and money, and so you can open up your business doors as fast as possible. Is that too much to ask for?
Well, Councilwoman, we'll turn it over to Dan. We'll get some feedback from Dan and then Council as well. What I'll add is I'll say I've seen and I've heard feedback from business owners that there's been a lot of progress that's been made over the past year. And there's been a lot of encouragement of creativity and a lot of support and new ideas. Doesn't matter who the idea comes from. If it's a good idea, it's a good idea, and that needs to be honored. So the way that we're looking at this is, how do we further equip staff with the tools in the toolkit, as we've talked about in the past, that helps make their job easier? And what does that look like? How do we continue to build on that momentum that we've been seeing, and make sure that as we grow, we're going to start having a lot more businesses from Manvel Town Center pulling permits. There's the retail center across from Highway 6. There's a lot more happening. Pomona's probably going to be doing, or Valencia's going to be doing some stuff. So staff's going to be getting busier. Speaking of workflows and process that Councilman Oplager always hits at, what processes and procedures can we put in place today before we get really even busier that will help us be successful in the future? That's where my thoughts been with a lot of it. But Manager Dan, what are your thoughts, and what can we how can we work together to start to do something, and what would a timeline look like for something like this?
Well, we're still working on the Camino software. The Camino application is, I think, really going to be better than just a checklist, a stagnant checklist. The Camino software, if you remember, is like a flow chart, essentially, where you're going to go in and, hey, what do you want to do? You want to build something? Is it residential or commercial? Okay. Do you already have a spot picked out? Okay, where's it at? Here's the flood zone. Here's the zoning for it. What do you want to put there? Okay, well, that's going to need to be this zoning. So, I mean, it's not going to solve all of your problems, but it's going to sure get you in the right direction and get you thinking about that. So we're still working on that. So don't give up on that. And we just haven't talked about it in a while. So maybe, I don't want to say we forgot, but we just, we're not talking about it too much. We're actually due for another update with them. But I'm really excited about that. And I bet they can probably, almost give us a checklist if that's what we want to have as well. Though they can just get so cumbersome. When I think of a checklist, I'm thinking of 10 pages of, oh, good grief, this, I understand what we're trying to get, and I don't know that, and maybe checklist is a bad word. I think we're thinking the same thing, just a methodology, I guess, for them to get there, right? Not necessarily a paper document, because nobody reads that stuff. I mean, you see them in every permits department, and they've been sitting there for 10 years in a little spinny thing. Like, can you just tell me, spoon feed me? I mean, most all of us want to be spoon fed, right? We don't want to look it all up. So,
well, something, Dan, that I'm thinking about for that is when people do have a pre-development meeting.
Yep.
Getting them. I know Yolanda does a phenomenal job sending out the minutes afterwards, formalizing that a little bit.
Yep.
When I look at things, I help run a SaaS solutions company, and what we do when we give our clients, we give them milestones. Here's what you can expect. We have our kickoff meeting, pre-development meeting. These are the milestones. Here's our configuration workbook. Here are the key things. Now, there are going to be a lot of specifics that we build out your project plan with, but here are the milestones that you're going to hit. Here's when we want to see them hit by. You should know that whenever you submit your first plat, the average turnaround time is X date. So that way, if they know that up front, then they don't get frustrated. If in their mind, a business owner thinks they're going to get it in 24 hours. So I've viewed it a little bit higher level, not a ton within the weeds, because there's so many nuances. But going back to Camino real quick, have they not given us a go live date for the software?
Not yet. No, our last meeting with them, there may have been. Let me restate that. There may have been an original. When we met with them last, and so this was right after our director left, so it was kind of the first time that I was getting into the weeds with it, and there was just a lot of work to be done at that time, quite frankly. So we need to circle back around and see. I thought they would have been further along, but they didn't completely understand our process quite, and there's a lot to it. They're like Crystal said, I mean, our code of ordinances is that thick, and every single one of those came from something like, David bringing up tonight, hey, we really need a way for this. So they're all a response to something. So they all, I'm sure, at some point had a good reason for, being created, right? But it's tough to negotiate. We live in it every day. But even a software company like them. So that was a long way to say they're working on it, and I'll check back in with that, and I'll give you all an update. I'll email everybody an update.
Because what I would expect from Camino is a project plan with a project
Sure.
timeline. They need to give us deliverables, and if they're not going to meet those timelines, what are the risks to meeting those timelines? How do they plan to mitigate those risks as a software company to not provide your clients that basic level of service is unacceptable. And this is not a reflection on the city, but that's what the standard that we need to hold Camino to. And Dan, don't hesitate to get me on a phone call with them as well, because I speak their language. And for them to not have provided us a project plan or even to come in and give a presentation to city council, I want to make sure that we hold them accountable for what they've told us that they will do. And that's basic PMP certification stuff, project plan timeline, dependencies. What do they need from us? We need to make sure that we're delivering what we've been told that we would deliver to them. But if they're not delivering what they've told that they would deliver us, we've got to hold them accountable there. But I'll get off my soapbox for that. It kind of gets me fired up a little bit.
Okay, so I'm hearing a few things. So I'm hearing that, yes, we want to bring businesses here, make sure that it's done effectively, efficiently, they feel welcomed. We've done amazing since, I would say, this council came into office, and we've been reiterating this. And there's more awareness to what the feeling was out there. That's the first thing. The second thing I'm hearing is we do have the ability to do that in a very technological, easy-to-use way, and that's through Camino software. The other thing that I'm thinking is, oh my gosh, if we don't even understand all the ordinances in that book, who's going to take on the work of dissecting those and then handing those over to Camino so they can build the flow chart and the process and the procedure? That's a project. That's a huge project. So even if they come and they present and they say, hey, we can get this live and done in 40 months, who's going to work with them? Who has the time to sit with them and say, here's our process? It looks like that's going to be you, Manager Dan.
It is.
It is. So while I'm enthusiastic about this amazing software that has the potential to make things a lot better, can't we just sit in a room for 30, 40 minutes and say, all right, somebody comes in here, here's what you need, A, B, C, D, and just have something easy without waiting to put the burden on another big-time software company? Yes?
Just to interject, MEDC had this absolutely fantastic workshop retreat thing the other day, spearheaded by a lady from the state. And we have some really, really good people on there that are just going gangbusters. And one of the things they suggested was in economic development, hiring a person to not only try to be proactive and drum business down here, but one of the things they could also do is kind of help people go through the process, be like an ombudsman for anybody coming to town. And the lady cited where, a concrete example where a business was looking at 3 different communities to locate, and the one that got it was the one that had a person that could help them get through the process. Bingo. And do that. So that might be yet another option, and the mayor mentioned that as one of the potential new positions to fund, and that fit in nicely with the same conversation EDC had just last week. So I thought I'd share that with you.
Yeah, and what's beautiful about that is it becomes somebody to handhold the businesses and to be a community relations person that says, hey, Manvel's here, here's what we have to offer, and we want to make it easy for you. Not just, again, not every business is going to be a good fit for us, but the ones that are, we want them here. So I love that idea. So if we approve that, then this looks like we can start getting some traction. But in the meantime, what can we do to facilitate that if somebody calls tomorrow? And I know Jason Black from MEDC said, hey, who has a list of the businesses that have called that said, hey, what do I need to do to come to Manvel? And you're like, go to our website, click. Are we tracking that? Like, I don't want to lose the opportunity for someone to call tomorrow morning and be lost in the weeds because, hey, we're tabling that because we're still waiting for a solution down the road. What I'm asking for is what can we do that's efficient and that doesn't cost a lot to make it easy tomorrow?
Yes, we can meet for 30 minutes. That sounds great.
Yay!
Can we
All
get
right.
anything accomplished in 30 minutes? I don't know. It sounds like a half a day, but,
So
but it
off
needs
the
to be
top
done.
of your
Sure.
head, what are the first 3 things a business needs when they come to Manvel?
Zoning, plating, and plans.
Boom.
Yeah,
Okay,
easy.
so there you go.
Yep.
And so what do we do from there? We fill in what those processes are, and then you ask somebody in zoning, hey, type the first 3 things you're going to ask them, and you go to each department, and everybody just collaborates, and before we know it, we have a to-do list.
Well, Councilwoman, looks like you've
Something.
volunteered yourself for a little mini project here to work on with Manager Dan.
I'm about action. If we say we're going to do something, I want to know when. This is what I do for a living. So, right? Like, hey, what are we going to do? And when are we going to do it? It's easy to say we'll get there, but if we don't have defined dates, it's pretty difficult. So.
Well, and I think I like, Councilwoman, what you're saying about the defined dates. And it's also where, as council, what are we doing our part to support staff in achieving these things? I don't ever want it to be for us as council where we just throw out these grandiose ideas without actually linking up arms and saying, let's get to work. And so I love that you're committed to doing that.
So just so you know, Dan, I'm available to help with that because I've been championing you, delegating things. So Manager Dan, not Dave, not Mayor Dan. So if you feel like you can rely on me to make those connections, but I know that you want to talk to your department heads, but just something easy that we can do. And again, I'm happy to facilitate or help in any regard.
Councilman Lands, I believe you have a comment.
Yes, well, I'd just like to say that, I am grateful for the small business roundtables that Councilman Sarmiento is doing for the city, and I look forward to being a participant of those in the future. And I do believe that some sort of bulletin points would be helpful for a business coming in. And at the same token, I do believe that maybe we need to take a good look at our MEDC. What are they doing for the city as far as bringing in business? Are they going out there and knocking on business doors? Or is that something we want to think that maybe we need to do that? Or just because, like you said, I think one of the members, like, do we have a list of businesses? Well, that right there is one point that I'm not sure they have that information. So it's obviously something that our Economic Development Committee could use some bolstering up with our help, with our guidance, or just sitting down with us one-on-one and trying to put a game plan that they're more successful with their committee.
Agreed. Thank you.
So, Councilman Lands, Councilwoman Sarmiento, if I could task you guys with following up with Manager Dan at some point in the near future and sitting down and start to work through that exercise. I know Councilwoman Sarmiento is going to pull up Calendly and send you guys a link, and you guys get some time on her calendar. But I like where this is going. We can maybe pull in an EDC member or two, and I think the way that we look at it is something to stand in the gap, to fill the gap until we hire an economic development coordinator or director, or until the Camino software. If there's things that we can do, this is an opportunity maybe for department heads as well. If there's things that we as city council can support that help you make your jobs easier, that's what we want to hear. And especially from a process standpoint, if there's an opportunity to use artificial intelligence or software or paper documents, what is that will help you guys out? That's what the sense that I've gotten from council over the past year is what we're committed to. So for this item, I think an action piece is to have you two get with Manager Dan, but do any other council members have comments or questions? Councilwoman Sarmiento, you good?
I'm good, thank
Awesome.
you.
All right, thank you, everyone. We'll now move on to agenda item number 11, and Manager Dan will be turning this one over to you. Consideration of possible action to schedule a city council planning session meeting on April 29th, 2024.
Thank you, Mayor. So as you will recall, we've had three different meetings so far. With our retreat facilitator, we met with the directors and myself. Then we met with the department directors. I don't know if I said that right. The first one was the council members and myself. The second one was the directors and myself. And then the third one was the directors and council. And Brooke got to join us for that one as well. So we had a great afternoon of vision casting, but we did not get across the finish line. And so what we were recommending is having another session specifically to talk about, hopefully finish up the mission, vision, and values. Hopefully you got an email from Kelly about that here recently to sort of tidy things up. We've had some time to let that marinate. So if we can get that one completed, the other two things we wanted to talk about were the no man's land area that we call it, and the city center. So if that date works for you, that's the 5th Monday. We were thinking in the daytime, though. If I know that's a little bit different. But what did we decide? Noon to 5. Is that what we're thinking? We didn't put an end time. Oh, 1 o'clock. That's right. Yeah. So if that's a good day for y'all, we just wanted to memorialize that tonight. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, exactly. Right here.
So I could do after 1 p.m. I couldn't do before 1 p.m., but that would work. I'm free until 6 p.m. from my standpoint. And Dan, I would just ask, I think one other item, just as if we're doing an agenda from a bullet point, is I like how we're going to have those 2 items to discuss, but what are our action items from the meeting overall? So we have the missions, we have the vision, we have the values. How do we start to actually put that into practice, build that into alignments with our council agendas? What are ways that we're going to accomplish that over the next year? And ultimately, I think this might be an item for Brooke with the Keating Keast, is making sure that they take that and incorporate that into that 20-year strategic plan as well, which would be great. But yeah, I could do the 29th after 1 p.m. Probably 1 to 5.
Probably 1 to
I can
5,
be here
yeah.
till 6 if you guys need me.
At some point, we hit the diminishing returns, right?
It did.
Oh, I just redid the old one. I bet. Efficient. Okay.
It's getting late, guys. It's getting late. So I think the 29th, I think we're good. We'll try to make it work.
I'm good.
Okay. Councilman Perry?
I'll work on it starting tomorrow.
Okay. Well, let us know if you're not able to. If we need to make adjustments based off of your schedule, we can look at that. Okay. Okay. And just work with Tammy and Dan on that. Okay. Awesome. Cool. Got what you need, sir? Okay. So I will make a motion to schedule the City Council Planning Session meeting on April 29th, 2024. Do I have a second for that motion? A second from Councilman Acree. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 7-0. Tammy, we'll turn this one over to you. Consideration and possible action to approve a special called City Council meeting on May 13th, 2024 for the canvass of the May 4th, 2024 general election.
So when the meetings were on the second and the fourth Monday, this fell perfect. But with our first and third Mondays, your meetings would normally be on May the 6th and May the 20th. However, the dates to canvass the election are May the 7th through May the 15th. So our only option is to call a special meeting for the canvass, which would be on May the 13th, which is after the provisional ballots are counted and we've got the actual final numbers from the election. So if we could have that special meeting called that one, unless there's something else that will be on that agenda, it's the only meeting that you don't have to have a quorum for. However, for good practice, it's good to have a quorum.
Sounds good. All right, council, I'll make a motion to approve this special called meeting as stated in the agenda. Do I have a second? Second from Councilman Oplager. All those in favor? Motion approved, 7-0. For mayor and council comments, just 3 quick comments. One, to want to express appreciation to Alyssa. She has the new sliders where you don't have to flip them open anymore. It's, the small things that make a difference. So it's just the page that you slip it into. So appreciate Alyssa for that. Want to congratulate Miss Jamie Baldwin. She was announced last week as the new principal for Manvel High School after Dr. Aniqua Flowers got a promotion. Also, Lone Star Paws is having an open house that they have invited council and staff to attend if you want to tour their facilities. It is going to be their grand opening, and it's going to be on the 20th of this month, and they will be open from 10 a.m. till 7 p.m. If any council members want to get, or staff want to get a tour of their facility. I guess it's, this Saturday. Yeah, it's already the 20th. Wow. They're having the grand opening from 10 a.m. till 7 p.m. So if you want to get the good snacks, you go at 10 a.m. Because I'll be there about 12 and I'm going to take the rest of them. It's the Lone Star Paws grand opening.
That's in Pearland.
I think so. I don't know where the address for it is. Oh, Kroger parking lot. Just right there. They don't have the facility. They just got the parking lot.
It's a barbershop and something else. I've been there.
Been there. Okay. And that's the one right near Cullen?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay, awesome. All right, any other council comments? Anything from staff? Nope. All right, I'll make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman Acree. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimous, 7-0. Good agenda.